So this section is called General Information and Intro and General Setup. So we're going to do an introduction to the energy audit tool, just to energy audit tools in general. We're going to talk about the federal guidelines and why we actually have to use an energy audit and what the energy audit is required to do. And then we'll also talk about just some of the general settings that you have to have in your energy audit tool, and kind of why they have to be set up that way. So to start, we will start with the federal rules or the federal regulations. So if you've ever heard us quote this is the federal rules for the weatherization program. They can be found in this one document, and there's only, I don't know, maybe 6 or 7 pages worth of information, and that is all that that they have at the federal level. And when I say at the federal level, this is when all of our congressmen and our senators got together and voted and decided to actually make the weatherization program, or anytime they've changed any aspect of the weatherization program, it actually does take an act of Congress to change some of these things. But when those changes are made, they go into these federal rules. So they don't have every detail or every aspect of the program, but they're basically like foundational rules to the program. And what I have on the screen actually comes out of those rules. And I've got another screen that quotes some of the rules as well. And I think later today I will show you where you can find those rules if you're ever wanting to learn more about them. But so the first part of it actually is a really good explanation of the purpose and the scope of the weatherization program. So federal rules, CFR 440, so the purpose and scope of weatherization program. This part implements a weatherization assistance program to increase the energy efficiency of dwellings owned or occupied by low-income persons, or to provide such persons renewable energy systems or technologies, reduce their total residential expenditures, and improve their health and safety, especially low-income persons who are particularly vulnerable, such as the elderly, persons with disabilities, families with children, high residential energy users, and households with high energy burden. So that comes right out of the federal rules, describing why they created the weatherization program. So I really like that just as a purpose statement of what we're doing. So when you're out doing an energy audit, this is our goal. We're out there to increase the energy efficiency of dwellings occupied by low-income persons, reduce their total residential expenditures, improve their health and safety. So I like that. It's a great way to think about what we're doing, or to kind of keep it in perspective about what we're supposed to be doing out there. So the rules have a few things about the energy audit, and I've listed them here. So the federal rules say, number one, that each individual weatherization measure and package of weatherization measures installed in an eligible dwelling unit must be cost-effective. These measures must result in an energy cost savings over the lifetime of the measures. So what does that mean? So thinking about the audit tool, how does the audit tool make it so that each measure and package of measures is cost effective?
You've got to make sure that what you're like, if you're going to replace a window or insulation, that it's going to pay back more than it's going to cost you to do, and you're going to get a better return on your investment.
So an example of this would be a window. Let's say we're going to install a window on a home, or we'd like to install a window on a home. The window is going to cost $200, and the labor to install the window will cost $50. So the total cost of the window is $250. So how does the audit tool decide whether or not to install that measure?
It determines how much savings you're going to get per year, and I'm not sure how long it goes out to decide if it's going to pay for itself to put the window back in and make it cost effective.
I like how you said, you know, that about you're not sure how many years the audit's going to look at, but that's exactly what it's saying here is that it's going to look and see how much energy would be saved by replacing that window over its lifetime or over its effective lifetime, right? So, and we use this term SIR, which stands for savings to investment ratio. What's our investment? If it's a savings to investment ratio, what's the investment on this one?
$250.
Yeah, $250. And so it's going to compare the savings over the lifetime of the measure to our investment. And if it is at least a 1-to-1 ratio, then we can do it, right? So if we add up how much energy is saved over the lifetime of the measure, and it will save $250 over the lifetime of the measure, that will give us a savings to investment ratio of 1. And we're allowed to do it. So the federal rules say that you have to have an energy audit tool that will calculate how much each individual measure will save, and it'll also calculate how much the whole package of measures will save. And the individual measure has to have a savings to investment ratio of 1, and the package of measures also has to have a savings to investment ratio of 1. So let me see if I can pull up a report to show you what that looks like. So if I look at a recommended measures report from an audit, and let me zoom in a little bit so you guys can see this as well. Maybe. There we go. So this is just on a fake audit. Actually, it was a real audit that Brenna out of Salt Lake did, but I've removed all the client's information from it.
Hey Matt, sorry, but I'm still showing the federal rules CFR on my screen here.
Oh, I wonder how I'm hitting pause.
There it goes.
Yeah, thank you. If it keeps happening, please let me know. That time I don't think that I hit the pause button, but maybe I bumped something. Okay, so I pulled up a recommended measures report, and on this house, this is showing the economics of the measures that it is recommending that we put on there. And you can see the first measure is labeled as an IRM, which is for an incidental repair. We'll talk about that more later. The second measure is for infiltration reduction. And if you'll notice, it shows the measure savings per year. This is how much money it'll save each year. The measure cost, so the total cost of the measure saving to investment ratio, and then the cumulative saving to investment ratio. So these are the two things that those federal guidelines say that the audit tool has to have in it. And so in this case, for our infiltration reduction, if we were to spend $425, that's the measure cost, then it will save the client an estimated $56 per year. And over the life of that measure, it will save basically a little more than the $425 because we're getting a savings to investment ratio of 1 or a 1.1. So it gives us our measure SIR, and then also the cumulative SIR, what that is doing is it's adding up, okay, if you just installed this first measure, what would the savings to investment ratio be? And then now down on this line, it's saying, well, if you installed the first and the second measure, what would the total savings to investment ratio be? Now this one represents all three measures, and then the fourth line represents the cumulative for all four. And we actually don't start getting a cumulative savings until we get down to measure 6 on this example. And part of the reason is because we have this incidental repair, which is really expensive and it's not saving any energy. So, but the whole idea is that if you do have a couple of these incidental repairs that you need to do in order to install all these energy efficient measures, well, you can throw that into the cost and you can still show that at the end of the day, we saved more energy than we invested in the project. So we'll come back to that as well later. We'll talk more about it. But yeah, so the federal rules actually say our energy audit has to do that. And so that is why it calculates our savings the way it does. Because whoever wrote the program and had them vote on it, that's how they worded it. So step number 2, the energy audit procedures must assign priorities among individual weatherization materials in descending order of their cost effectiveness. So where would we find that in the audit? The energy audit has to assign priorities, or it has to prioritize the measures. And that's up here where you see this word measures. They use the word materials, but the vernacular in our program has become measures. And so, so I've gone through and tried to change that, but that's really what's missing here is basically the energy audit has to prioritize the measures in descending order of their cost effectiveness. And the whole idea behind that is that those measures are actually supposed to be installed in that order, which in the real world doesn't really make a lot of sense, but the whole idea was that they were worried that, well, what if a client said, I don't want some of these measures, and so they decided they better identify them in descending order. So, but where you would find that is right on that same report. So here's that report again, and if you'll notice, as soon as we get into the measures that have an SIR, and we get past the first, our infiltration or air sealing measure, and also if you ever have any duct sealing, those two things are always at the top of the list. But then after that, you'll notice that they are listed in descending order. So the thing that has the highest SIR after you get past air sealing is the lighting retrofits have an SIR of 7.2, and then the smart thermostat, and then the pipe insulation, and on down the list in descending order. And they've gone on to write, that's specific, the stuff we're talking about is specific to the energy audit tool, but they went on to explain that, as I mentioned, they're supposed to be installed in that descending order. So really, if you got to this point and then the client refused the new furnace, you could stop, and they didn't receive anything that they shouldn't have without going out of order, and which would then, could then potentially mess up your cumulative SIR or whatever. So yeah, that's number 2. The energy audit has to have properties, or has to assign properties in descending order. Number 3, you have to identify health and safety hazards to be abated with DOE funds in compliance with the state's DOE-approved health and safety procedures. So our energy audit tool has to have a way to do that. And we will do this later, but there's actually, in the energy audit tool, there is a health and safety tab where you can identify some of the measures. And then the other place, or the other way that we identify our health and safety measures, is we put them onto the itemized costs tab. And then you can use the client completion report to identify which funding sources are used, so that you can show when you're using DOE funds to pay for a health and safety measure. But the audit has to have a way to do that. Number 4, the audit has to treat the dwelling as a whole system by examining its heating and cooling system, its air exchange system, and its occupants' living habits and needs, and make necessary adjustments to the priority of weatherization materials with adequate documentation for the reasons of such an adjustment. So what does that look like? Like, how does our audit tool do that? You guys think of any scenarios, or anybody familiar enough with the audit to know when or how the audit deals with that?
I'm still kind of new to this, but I'm just going to take a shot and say, would it have something of the size of the heating system and the volume of the house, or square footage and stuff?
It will factor all of that in, but it's not quite that. Any other ideas?
Would age have something to do with it, of the appliances?
Age is a factor in it. So I'm trying to think if I can draw something really quickly and show you guys. Let me pull something up here and see if I can draw a picture. Normally in the classroom, this is where I go to the board and draw some pictures of some stuff, but we will try. So so let's say we have a furnace and we have a window. Now, if we tell the audit that this furnace is a 60% efficient furnace, and we put the information about this window in, we'll say this window is a 4040 vinyl window, or maybe an old steel window, or whatever you want to call it. Let's say it's an old steel window, single pane, not very efficient window. So we got a steel single pane window, and we got a 60% efficient furnace. When we put this into the audit has to figure out what the savings to investment ratio is of each of these things. And so it's gonna run some calculations, and it's gonna say, okay, we have a 60% efficient furnace, and our thermal boundary, so we're telling it all this information about the thermal boundary on the home. And one of the pieces of information is this window. But the problem is that both of these things become variables because we might change out the furnace and we might change out the window. And the audit has to run a bunch of different scenarios to determine, well, if we don't change out the furnace, but we do change out the window, what's the savings to investment ratio of the window? Because right now the furnace is only 60% efficient. So, and we want to know how much energy is saved. In fact, I better pull this back up and show you. So right here it has the annual energy and cost savings. And I don't have any windows on this example, but if you look at the floor insulation, so this calls for a measure for floor insulation, so it's going to improve the thermal boundary, and it's looking at the savings that it's going to save. So if you insulated the floor, how would you save money? How would the client save money if you'd insulate the floor?
Probably on heating costs.
Yeah, that's how it's going to affect it. If you replace the window, how would the client save money? It's also going to show up under your heating or cooling costs because that window is part of your thermal boundary. So if you improve the thermal boundary or you improve the R value of the thermal boundary, then the savings that the client is going to get comes directly from heating. Well, right now in our example, if we leave that furnace in and we know that it's a 60% efficient furnace, how expensive is it to heat the house? Like if we wanted to heat the house 1 degree Fahrenheit, how expensive is it compared to a furnace that would be 90% efficient? Which one's cheaper?
The 90%er.
Why is the 90%er cheaper to heat a
Because the
house?
fuel that goes the fuel that goes into it, you're using more of it instead of wasting it during combustion.
Yeah. So if I'm going to say, let's say, and I'm certain these numbers are way off, but let's say it would take 1 cubic foot of natural gas to heat a home 1 degree today. That's how much it would take if I put all of that heat into the house. If I burned 1 cubic foot of natural gas, and I could keep all of the heat that comes off of that inside the house, so it would be 100% efficient, then, that's what it would take to raise the temperature 1 degree. Well, if I have a 90% efficient furnace and I burn that 1 cubic of foot, but I only got 90% of the heat in the house, 10% of it went up the flue, I didn't quite raise the temperature, but I got close, right? Well, if it's only 60% efficient, how many cubic feet of natural gas would I have to burn to get the house up to 1 degree? You'd have to burn almost 2 cubic feet, right? Because you're only getting 60% of the heat out of each of them. So you'd get 60% of it out of the first cubic foot, and then if you got another 60% out of the second, then you'd essentially raise the house temperature by 1.2 degrees, let's say. So you'd end up buying more gas for the 60% furnace than you would for the 90% furnace. So if I left that 60% furnace in this scenario, which one would produce more energy savings? The 60% furnace or a new 90%? Like if I'm going to replace this floor insulation, which one will give me more savings from heating? If I leave the 60% in or if I replace it with a 90?
Replace it with the 90.
So if I'm just talking about the floor insulation, you're saying replace it with the 90, that'll give us more energy savings.
Yes, I might have misunderstood the question.
And I apologize because it's hard. It's kind of hard to pose the question. But yeah, so let me restate it. So if we have an option of either doing a 60% furnace or a 90% furnace, but we're not really thinking about the furnace. If we're thinking about the floor insulation only, and we're going to calculate how much savings we would have if so let's say this floor is uninsulated, and we're trying to figure out if we insulate it, how much heating will we save? Which one's going to give us more money saved? If we have a 60% furnace or a 90% furnace and we insulate the floor?
I would think that if you have a 60% furnace and you insulate the floor, it's going to show you save more money only because the furnace costs more money to run. Where if your furnace is more efficient, it's going to cost less money to run, and so even though you're using less heat, you're going to not have as great a savings.
You guys agree with that? I can hear you all nodding your heads, yes. That is correct and very well put. So if we're just looking at that floor insulation, if we left the 60% efficient furnace in there, it's going to figure out what our savings to investment ratio is. But it's basing it off of a very inefficient furnace, so we would actually save lots of money because we're having to put almost twice the gas into every home to heat it, right? But if we replace that inefficient furnace with a more efficient furnace, then it'll actually affect our savings to investment ratio. We will save, so let's say our 60% efficient furnace will save us $23 in heating per year. That's annual. Well, if we replace it with a 90% efficient furnace, it's probably only going to save about $15 a year now. And so now we actually get a lower SIR, and what happens is that if the SIR drops down below a 1, then we now can no longer do that measure. So let me take us back to our original slide. So number 4 says it needs to treat the dwelling as a whole system by examining its heating and cooling system, its air exchange, and its occupants' living habits and needs, and make necessary adjustments to the priority of the weatherization materials with adequate documentation. So basically, the audit has to look at all of the different scenarios that it could possibly imagine, and then it has to prioritize them based on which one is the most cost effective. So in the example of our window versus the furnace, there's actually quite a few different scenarios that the audit runs. It will look at it and say, well, okay, what has the higher SIR? If I replace the furnace, but I leave the window alone, how high will the SIR of the furnace be? If I replace the furnace and the window, how high will the SIR of the furnace be? And on the flip side of that, if I replace the furnace and the window, how high will the SIR of the window be? And if I don't replace the furnace, but I just replace the window, how high will that SIR be? And it has to look at all those, and then it has to figure out which one has the highest SIR, because it has to prioritize them in descending order, right? And the reason why it's prioritizing them in descending order is not just so that, you know, the clients can't pull the plug halfway through the project, but it's also so that it can determine which measures should be installed and which should not. So it literally picks the measure that has the highest SIR and puts it at the top of the list. So once it's run all those scenarios, let's say that the furnace had an SIR of, so we're going to go from a 60 to a 90, and that gives us an SIR of a 1.5. And from a steel pane to a double pane vinyl low E, we're going to get an SIR of a 1.4. So the audit will pick the furnace first. It'll say, okay, like we were thinking about replacing the window, we were thinking about replacing the furnace, but between all the scenarios we ran, the furnace comes out and has the highest SIR. So this one will be the highest in the priority list. And now that we've decided for sure we're going to replace the furnace, now we have to go back and rerun a bunch of scenarios on the window to decide whether or not, well, actually the scenarios become fewer over on the window. It used to be you had the variable of whether or not you're going to replace the furnace. Now that we know we're going to replace it, we run fewer variables, but now it's every single one of them says that the furnace is going to be replaced. So now we recalculate our SIR, and where before it had a SIR of 1.4, now that we know that the furnace is going to be replaced, now we only have an SIR of a 0.9. And now in this scenario, the audit says replace the furnace, but it's no longer cost effective to replace the window. Questions on that one?
So if there wasn't a health and safety reason, or if like that furnace is operating efficiently, would you still want to say that it was mandatory to replace it?
So getting into the mandatory versus energy conservation, the first and foremost, we're going to look at it from energy conservation. We're going to say, is it cost effective just to replace it based on how efficient it was and how efficient the new one will be? Now, if that does not have a payback, so we ran this scenario and our SIR is below a 1, so it actually says don't bother replacing the furnace. Now we are faced with the situation that Carrie Lynn's asking about. So sometimes we go into a house and we're not going to replace the furnace with DOE funds, but we are planning on replacing it because there's a health or safety issue, or because it's, you know, not running right, or because our records show we visited this house 5 times already and fixed things in the past, and it's just time to replace this furnace. So that's where you can actually tell the audit, look, we're going to replace this furnace using some other program funds, and now we want the audit to rerun and decide if, with the new 90% efficient furnace, we want to decide whether that window has a payback. So there are those situations as well. So on one hand, we want the audit to evaluate it. On the other hand, sometimes we know we're going to be replacing the furnace, and we want the audit to know that as well. So we'll talk more about that when we get to the heating tab, but remember that, because it's a very important point, that our goal is to tell the audit what's going to happen. Like anywhere we're going to put our thumb on the scale. Anywhere we're going to say this is going to be mandatory, we are going to be replacing this. The audit needs to know that so that it can calculate or recalculate the energy savings of all of the other things that it's trying to calculate. I don't know if that answered your question, Carrie Lynn, or not. Did it?
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Okay. What other questions have you guys got about this? This is really hard. I've struggled to describe it well, not only today, but in years past. But it's a foundational principle, so it's important that you wrap your head around this. Anybody out there just not quite putting the pieces together? We'll probably come back to this and run a couple more scenarios, but let me jump back into the slide deck and talk about the last. So the last one, and then we'll move on to some other stuff that'll help us come back to that. So the last point says that it must be approved by DOE on each major dwelling type. So DOE says, gosh, I keep hitting the wrong button. DOE says that the audit has to have all these things. It has to determine the savings to investment ratio of each individual measure and the package of measures. It has to prioritize all those measures in descending order of cost effectiveness. It has to have a way to add health and safety items to the list. And it has to treat the dwelling as a whole and basically run a whole bunch of different iterations and pick the most cost-effective ones and adjust everything else accordingly. And then document all that. And then DOE says we have to get their approval to use it. So this is just interesting information, number 5, for you guys. It's something I have to work on from time to time, but we actually have to send a application to DOE every 5 years, and we have to say, hey, this is the audit tool that we decided to use for these dwelling types that we have in our service area. So for Utah, we have 2 major dwelling types. One are single-family homes, and the other one are mobile homes. Those are the things that we serve the most in our weatherization program. And so we had to tell DOE, when we're auditing these 2 housing types, we will use the NEAT audit for single-family homes, and we use the MIA audit for mobile homes or manufactured homes. And then not only do we have to tell them that, but we actually have to show them how we run our audit. They want to look and see how the audit does all of these things, but also sometimes it's not just the software that does all of this. Sometimes it's a process. Like number 3, yes, the software has the ability for us to type in health and safety hazards, but our audit process is part of that as well. Like without the audit process, the software is not automatically going to identify and figure out all the health and safety measures. So we actually have to show them, like, this is the audit tool that we've selected, and here are 20 audits where we have run the audit. Here are all the photos and all of the field collection forms and everything that we documented from visiting the house, and here's what the audit spit out. And they actually review all of that. They just happen to be in the middle of reviewing all of that right now. I submitted them some stuff a couple of weeks ago because this year is year 5, and I got a little bit of feedback last week where I just had to clarify some stuff for them, but we're in the middle of that process right now. Once we're done with that process, they'll approve it, and we're good for another 5 years. But if you ever ask me, hey, Matt, could we change this, or why can't we change this? Sometimes it's because we got specific approval from DOE for it to be that way. And in order to get it changed, we'll have to wait until the next application period. So anyway, but that's the requirement, and just an FYI for anybody who cares. That's why. That's kind of the process behind it, is we reapply every 5 years. So I did make a couple of modifications to what we have been doing and what we will do going forward. in this year's audit application, and we will talk about those as we go through this class today and tomorrow. But yeah, so those are the federal rules that govern the audit tool. Okay, so now we're going to get into some, I guess, more of the general idea of what the audit does, and then we'll move on to some of the state rules or constraints that we have elected to put on the audit or on the audit process so that it runs well. But first and foremost, does anybody know what a manual J is?
Yes.
Tell us what a manual J is, Shad.
Basically takes information from a home and helps you size the heating and cooling equipment for it based on the size, the insulation existing, windows and stuff like that.
Yeah, so a manual J it literally is the calculations that an HVAC professional should do when they're trying to figure out how big of a furnace to put into a home or how big of an air conditioner to put into a home. And as Shad mentioned, if you were going to make that calculation, you would need to know some information about the house itself. Like, you'd need to know how big the house is, and not just how many square feet, but like the actual volume of the house, because you're going to try and heat all that air that's inside the house, right? And you'd want to know what that house is made of. If it's entirely made of glass, you're going to want to know that, because that's going to mean you're going to need to put a lot more heat into that house versus a house that's made out of 2-foot thick rock walls or something like that. Like, each of these variables will change how big or small the furnace needs to be. So in the picture on the right, if you were trying to decide what size of engine to put into that car, what are some of the things that you would need to know and understand about the car?
The engine compartment size.
Yeah. What else?
What would run the car efficiently and without overpowering it, and then because if you overpower it, you're going to bust the drive line.
Yeah. So how much torque can the drive line take? What else? You see anything else
Probably
getting
the weight.
stressed? Go ahead.
I said probably the weight of the car.
Yeah, you're going to want to know the weight of the car. You're going to want to know the weight, or how much weight just the suspension system could bear. Like, you can't just go throwing any old engine in the car, right? Well, we have the same issue with our heating and cooling systems on homes. Not quite as exaggerated as this photo, but the same thing applies. If you went out and bought a brand new Prius that's going to get really good gas mileage, and you ripped out the little 2-liter engine and the battery out of that Prius and threw it in the garbage, and you dropped V8 in it, it's not going to be as efficient as what they had put in there. Like, you'll waste a ton of energy because you put way too big of a motor in the car. Or in this case, you could actually cause some problems, right? And it may never work right. Which, that never happens with HVAC. Every time you put a furnace in, no matter what size it is, it just works great and keeps the client nice and comfortable and runs, properly all the time. Well, I bring this up because to talk about a few things. First, when you're talking about a manual J, when you're trying to decide the size of a furnace, you actually do need to put in all of the components of the house. Well, did you guys know that when you run the energy audit, you're essentially running a manual J or a heat load calc? Does anybody know where I would find that information? If I had run an audit, where would I look to find my heat load calculations?
Isn't that on the recommended measures?
Yeah,
Or
so,
are you thinking the actual need?
yep, I'm going to go right back to my neat recommended measures, and the first page has some annual energy cost savings, some energy savings measure economics, but if I get further into the report, there's some other information, some interesting information in there. This one, and I apologize, the report kind of spills from one page to the next, but if you'll notice there's a section of the report that it says approximate component contributions to peak heating load. What would be a peak heating load on a house? When would a house have the highest need for heat?
In the winter.
Yeah, in the winter, on the coldest day of the year, right?
Yep.
So what it's doing is it's basically saying what would be the peak heating load? So what would be the coldest day of the year? And on the coldest day of the year, how much heat would the furnace need to put out so that it could heat the home up to 70 degrees? And that's really the same thing that a manual J is doing. They're trying to figure out an efficiently sized furnace that can also meet that peak heating demand, or it can heat the home on the coldest day of the year, which is exactly what you want. You don't ever want the clients calling and complaining, right? But to calculate that, this is what's interesting. It's adding up these components. It says component type, and it says wall, component name, East Addition wall, the area or the volume of the component. So this wall has 77 square feet of wall. And then this is where our audit tool differs a little bit. I suspect some of the manual J software does something similar to this, but honestly I've never run manual J, so I'm making some assumptions there, but I have confirmed everything that I'm telling you with our in-house expert Wade about the manual J. I just don't know. I assume it may have some features to make some comparisons, but this is making a comparison here. This is making a comparison to our pre-retrofit load and our post-retrofit load. So it's basically saying, look, we ran our audit, we decided what measures we're going to do, and now we figured out before we start working what the load is on each one of these components for heating. And after we do all of our work, then we've also figured out what the heat load will be on each of those things. So just by glancing at this wall, are we going to do anything to it during weatherization? If you didn't look at any other part of this report, can you tell if we're going to improve that wall during the weatherization process?
I would say we're probably going to add insulation to it.
Yeah, somehow we're going to decrease the load on that wall. Our pre-retrofit load is 1,400 BTUs per hour, and our post load is going to be 396. And yeah, it's a very safe assumption that we're going to be insulating that wall, and it's going to decrease the load, the heating load. Basically, it's going to get way more energy efficient, and we'll lose a lot less heat through that wall. So I'm going to go to the next page. I apologize, it's going to cut off these. Well, actually, I think I have a slide in here that might show all of this better. Let's see. Yeah, so I think this is the exact same scenario. I think I took it right out of that report. So the audit is performing that heat load calculation, and what it's doing is it's actually, it's accounting for every piece of the thermal boundary. So each wall on the thermal boundary is listed in this peak heating load calculation. and every window is listed, and every door and every attic and foundation. So that's our whole thermal boundary, right? That's everything that's right where we're trying to stop all the heat from getting outside, is at the thermal boundary. And so if we go in and calculate individually each of those components and tell the audit what the R value is of those components by telling it, you know, what kind of wall it is, if it's a platform built wall with 2x4 studs in it and brick exterior and an R13 bat in it, then the audit tool can then calculate a heat loss for that type of wall assembly. And if we tell it how many square feet of area we have of that wall, it can give us a fairly accurate heat loss through that much area. And so by calculating each one of these components out, we can then add up what our total heat loss would be for the whole house. And in turn, if you then fold in the weather information, which we'll get to in a little bit, but we tell, when we're running an audit, we pick a weather file, and that weather file actually has information in it from the last 30 years of all of the hottest days and all the coldest days and everything in between. And so we now have some pretty good data that tells us on the coldest day of the year, it'll get down to this temperature at that house. And if this house has a heat load of this, now we can figure out just how big the furnace needs to be, because we know what our total heat loss will be. So this is showing a total heat loss of 62,000 BTUs per hour, plus some loss through the duct system. And so it brings up the total output required by the furnace of 71,000 BTUs per hour. And then you can see what our weatherization will do. It actually drops that heat load down to 61,000. So are we doing any good on this house? I think we're doing some good. We're definitely taking a chunk of that heat load away. We're dropping it by over 10%, which is awesome. Depending on what's going on in the house, we could do better. I don't know, but yeah, basically the audit tool is actually running a heat load calc to tell us how big the furnace needs to be. But on the flip side of it, it's also requiring us to put in all this information, because we're going to run a heat load calc, and we're also going to evaluate each one of these components to see if we can improve any of them. Does anybody else see anything in this list where we actually improve the component during the weatherization process?
The basement looks like it improved it quite a bit on the foundation.
Yeah, I'm seeing, so foundation basement goes from 1444 down to 305, so we must be doing something there.
And the attic.
And yeah, attic, so the attic goes from 4,500 down to 1,300, so we probably added some insulation there. And then I noticed a couple of walls, so it looks like we're doing some wall insulation as well on this one. And this is, if I'm not mistaken, let me see if I can pull up this is this house. So let me go back to page 1 of this report and let's look. So our recommended measures are attic insulation. We replaced the furnace and we insulated the basement and we did some wall insulation. So exactly what we would expect to see on that, right? And all of the savings and the SIR that comes from it, sorry, I'll scroll down, all the measure savings, it's all in heat. We're saving BTUs. And we're calculating our savings to investment ratio based off of the heat that we are saving. So that's that's really what the audit tool is doing. It's running a whole bunch of different scenarios, trying to figure out which ones are the most cost effective, and the way that it figures it out is it's running heat load calculations to figure it out, and figuring out, you know, if we decrease the heat load on this wall but we left this one alone, which would be the highest savings to investment ratio. So questions on that? Concerns about that? So if you forget to add a wall to your energy audit, what happens? Your whole audit could be off a little bit, right? Or if you forget to add a whole foundation, then your whole audit could be off a little bit. In fact, let me go back to this slide before. Look at the foundation. So this basement says that it's the volume, the area or volume of the basement is 176. And then the area or volume of the foundation or the crawl space is 848. What if one of those numbers was off? Sorry, what if that was off by like 2,000 square feet? Will that affect the audit in any way?
It would change your heat loss. It would also change how much material it says that it would need to use to save any amount of money.
Yeah. So I'm kind of surprised how often I find an error on a foundation where an auditor accidentally kind of duplicates the size of the foundation. And instead of saying that we have a crawl space that's 848, they'll put in another one and say that they have 2 crawl spaces and they're both 848. Or they'll have a foundation that's like 1,600 square feet of a basement foundation, but then they'll leave the whole thing off on accident. And, you know, in some instances, it doesn't make that big of a deal, but this crawl space, if that crawl space accidentally got left off, it would decrease the total output required by 7,000 BTUs almost. So because of these heat load calculations, it becomes very important for you to be accurate when you're doing your site sketch, and accurate when you're inputting all of the information into the audit, and make sure that you're collecting all the right information so that you really can do a very accurate evaluation of the home. And as you get into this, you'll realize there are so many variables and so many opportunities for you to mess it up. Hopefully when you do, and you will, because I do it all the time, hopefully those little mess ups will be really small because you've gotten yourself into some very good habits of how to collect the data and how to represent it as accurately as possible.
Turner, so is a good way to have a double check on that is to look at that part of the recommended measures with your site drawing, and just make sure that you have all the information there. I think you're muted.
Interesting. Sorry about that. I hit this. My go-to meeting was active, and I hit the space bar. I think that's what's pausing my screen and muting me. Sorry about that. But thank you for the heads up. Yeah. So that looking at your peak heating load could definitely be a good check on that, especially if something's like way out there. I think most of the time you're going to look at your peak heating load and it's going to look pretty normal. You're going to have a house that needs somewhere between like 30 and 80,000 BTUs, and that's pretty normal. But But if you ever make an egregious error, this is a great place to look, right? Right down here at your totals. But also just having those good processes to where, you either double check yourself or you have your QCI do some double checking for you so that you don't make any of these large errors. And so when you think about this concept, so DOE has basically said, you got to go out and you got to run these audits, and your audit tool has to have all these capabilities. And then you're basically going out and you're determining whether or not a client is eligible for these measures or not. And then from time to time, you're going to make a mistake and you're going to accidentally give a client a measure that they really weren't eligible for. But DOE has the way they've structured their program, they really have given no leeway for those mistakes. Yet they let humans run their program, and as humans, we all make mistakes, right? And all I can do as a state monitor is I keep that in perspective. In fact, when I do my monitoring, for those of you who have not seen it, I actually score out all of your audits. I just give you a score, and I call it an accuracy score. And I do not expect that your accuracy score will be 100%, because I know how hard it is to go into a house, gather a couple thousand variables, and put them all in perfectly every time. It's never going to happen. But I do expect that you would have a reasonably high accuracy rate, and that you don't have any major omissions where you're just not calculating stuff or you're not evaluating things. So if you're doing all those things and you make a few errors along the way, I'm completely happy with that. But if you're skipping any of those on purpose, or out of laziness or anything like that, then that's when I start to have an issue. But yeah, so definitely make sure and think about the processes as you are collecting the data, as you're putting it together. Find those areas where you can do some quality assurance to make sure that you didn't make any major mistakes. So, any other questions on this one? Yep, I hit the space bar and muted myself again. Awesome. Okay. Now I got to see if I'm on the right page. Yeah. So the energy audit evaluates energy savings opportunity for the whole house, and it assigns priorities among individual weatherization measures. So we've talked about the prioritization list there. Oh, and then from there, so that's kind of the general concept of the energy audit. I wanted to talk about some state policies that we've put in place regarding this energy audit tool. So with that, I wanted to ask you guys a question. Does anybody know what a maxim is? What's a maxim? Anybody want to venture a guess? Or Google a guess and share it with us all?
I would just from the name, I'm just going to take a shot that it means maximum.
Yeah. It's something different from that.
Highest level?
Not quite.
Look it up on Google, and it does a short, pithy statement expressing a general truth or rule of conduct.
Yeah, so just what Osvaldo said. A maxim is a short, and instead of pithy, I put succinct statement expressing a general truth or rule of conduct. So what's an example of that? Here's one. So patience is a virtue. That's a nice succinct statement that expresses a general truth or rule of conduct, right? The golden rule is one: do unto others as you would have done unto you. You guys think of any others or any of your favorites? So here's my ask of you. Can any of you write or come up with a maxim for what the neat MIA audit tool does? Like, how would you describe or put in a general statement or general truth of what the neat MIA audit tool does?
Provides acceptable measures to weatherize a house to its most efficient status with savings to investment ratio in tune.
Okay. Anybody else? Be brave. Would anybody add anything to that, or is there any aspect of that of Dennis's explanation that you would, or do you feel like something might be missing there or anything?
I would just add the savings to investment ratio should be 1 or greater.
Yeah. So state that again, Dennis.
I'm not sure if I can exactly. I just kind of set it out.
It was off the cuff and now it's gone, huh?
Yeah, most of it. Yeah, just
I like how you said it.
Go. Yeah, I didn't write it down. I just said it was provides an understandable way to efficiently present measures. I can't remember exactly how I said it.
So one thing I would add to that, and I would only add it because it's the vernacular of the program, but it actually means a lot, is that it looks at the house as a whole system. And I probably would have put that in front of what you had said, just that the audit looks at the house as a whole system, and it evaluates basically for energy conservation opportunities. And yes, I like the part about the SIR of 1 or greater. Okay, so here's the next part. I would like you guys to go to the guidelines. We're looking at section B9.3.A.I, and I'd like you to write a maxim for whatever's in there. Does everybody know where to find the guidelines? Does anybody need some help finding the guidelines?
I could probably use some guidance.
Okay, so to get to the guidelines, let's see if I can click on the right thing here. Are you able to read the URL that I have up here? Is that big enough for you to see? It says jobs.utah.gov and then a bunch of other stuff.
I'll just print screen and enlarge it for myself.
How about there? I put the link in the chat. So if you need the link, click on that link and it'll take you to our resources page. And then the very first item at the top is program guidelines. You'll click on that and it is a PDF, so it's going to show up as a download. If you're using Firefox or anything where your downloads don't just magically appear, you might have to go looking for it. But so download the program guidelines and then you're going to scroll to, let me go back to my page. So go to section B9.3.A.I. I'm just going to give you a couple of minutes here to look at that and write or come up with a maxim or one or two maxims for what's written there. So go ahead and work on that for just a second. I'm going to mute myself and I'll be right back. Anybody come up with anything so far?
I just quickly wrote, Mia determines work while looking at the home as a system.
Okay. I got to get to the section myself. And so B9.3.
No work can be done without an audit, and no work can be done that is not in the audit.
I like those two. Anything else in there?
All work must be documented and justified.
Yeah, I like that. So all work must be documented and justified. No work, what was that? No work can be done without the audit. And no work can be done without running the audit. Something along those lines.
No work can be done without an audit, and no work can be done that is not in the audit.
Yeah. Keep hitting spacebar on the wrong screen. So here's, and I've struggled to make these very succinct, but I hope this captures. So these are our audit maximums or principles or rules that we need to follow. And so they're all kind of tucked into that one little paragraph except for the last one. But yeah, the audit shall be used to determine all the work that is to be done on a dwelling. So think about that one for a minute. How does the audit determine all the work that we do? It's running all those scenarios, right? It's trying to figure out what's the most cost effective.
Does it through precise calculations.
Yeah. Now, this says all the work that's to be done on the dwelling, but there's these energy conservation measures, but then there's also some other stuff we do. How would the audit be used to determine that work? Now the audit software is running some calculations, but the audit is not just the software. That's one component of it. The whole process, like an energy auditor goes to a house and runs an audit. They gather information, they come back and they put it into a piece of software and the software spits it out. So the whole process is part of that as well. Now, there's kind of a prioritization that happens where first and foremost, we're going to let the audit decide everything that it will decide for us. And then outside of that, we document the decisions that we had to make. But yeah, so this is an audit maxim. The audit shall always be used to determine all the work we do on a dwelling. Number 2, all work done on a dwelling must be documented and justified in the audit reports. So if you're going to do it on the job, you better document it there. This is one where the state basically decided years ago that that's where we will document everything we're doing. because it was all over the map. So we just said we need a standard. The standard is that we're going to, everything we do on a home, whether it's something that the energy audit tells us to do, or, you know, if it's something we're doing with our Dominion energy funds, we're going to document that using the audit tool. Number 3, no work may be conducted prior to running the audit. So that was addressed. Somebody covered that one. Why is that? What's that one all about? Or what kind of problems could you run into if you started work before you ran the audit?
If you did something and then it didn't have an SIR, then now you don't have any program funds to pay for it because you have to have that SIR. I mean, except for health and safety, but for anything that is energy conservative or anything that even is like an IRM, you have to have that SIR in order to justify how you're paying for it.
Yeah, there's a key word there, and that's justifying it. And it's kind of important to think about. So as an energy auditor, do you guys realize you're actually doing you're basically still doing the intake? You're still determining client eligibility. So you guys have people that they'll take an application and they'll determine whether or not the client's household income meets the program's requirements, right? But that's not the end of the eligibility process. The energy auditor then goes out and they figure out which measures the client is eligible for. And we have a bunch of measures that clients can be eligible for. In any other program, it's usually a check. You know, are you eligible for this check? How big is the check going to be? And it's pretty straightforward. So the client, the intake person can do that process and it's done. But in weatherization, the intake person figures out, yeah, the home is eligible and the client is eligible. Now the auditor has to go out and figure out which measures they're eligible for. And the way that we do that, we run this audit, but we are literally spending taxpayer dollars. So just like the eligibility person kept a record of how the client was eligible for the program. They have a copy of their pay stubs and everything else showing that this client was eligible to receive a benefit from this program because of this information. We're doing the exact same thing with the audit. We're going out and saying this client was eligible to have their attic insulated, and here's all the information. I have justified spending the taxpayer dollars by documenting this information. So that is an extremely important part of what we do, which differs from the for-profit world. A lot of the for-profit world can skip this step because they're not spending taxpayer dollars and they're not really doing eligibility anymore. But that's, as an auditor, we're still doing that. So keep that in mind. And if you go out and run an audit, or if you go out and start working before you ever figured out and justified how you were going to spend that money, you're getting the cart before the horse, and you're going to run into some problems really, really quickly, especially if it's an energy conservation measure. If it's a health and safety measure, your risk is a little lower, but what if you went and did a health and safety measure on a house, and then you found that there were no opportunities to do any energy conservation on the house?
Then you don't have any justification to support your health and safety measures.
Yeah, because as we will learn about when we get to that section, that the health and safety measure requires that there first be some energy conservation measures on the home. Otherwise, you can't do any health and safety measures. Now, the chances of there being no energy conservation measure on the home are low. That's why I say that risk would be a little bit lower. But if you understand that concept there, basically, don't put the cart before the horse. The first thing we do in this program, always and forever, is to run the audit and figure out what we're going to do. We have to look at the house as a whole system, And if we circumvent that in any way, you'll run into some issues quite quickly. And what happens if we install something that we can't justify? If it gets found in a monitoring, your agency has to pay that back to the federal government. And we do that a couple times a year, actually, surprisingly. So it's kind of a bummer. So be really, really careful with that, and make sure you're following this process. The last thing is not included there. It's actually in another part, but I wanted to talk about it now. The program must be administered equitably across the state. These are really like foundational principles of what we're doing. This one, our program, we are tasked to administer it equitably across the state. So does that mean that if I'm going to go to a house and give Mrs. Jones 2 new windows, that I have to go to Mrs. Smith's house and also give her 2 new windows?
No, I think it means that you've got to offer the same services of something. If it comes back that it should be taken care of or replaced or insulated, you're just offering them the same, I can't think of the words, but options, that they get the same treatment.
Yeah. You're going to evaluate Mrs. Jones' house the same way that you evaluated Mrs. Smith's house, or vice versa. Like your process as an auditor, because you're still doing that intake, you're still determining eligibility, you want to make sure that your process is equitable to everybody that you meet. And then we've also set some state standards to make sure that the process that the auditor up in Logan is using is the same process that the auditor down in St. George is using, and everybody in between. So these are some things that just bear them in mind, and that I hope they will help you to understand some of the state policies, some of the reasons why we've structured things the way that we've structured. It's because of this. We're using the audit to determine everything we do. We're going to document and justify everything we do in the audit. We're always going to run the audit first, and we're going to evaluate everybody so that we're treating them all equitably. So, okay, this is the fun stuff. We're going to dig into the guidelines a little bit. We talked about this part right here. There are a couple of exceptions. So this is where we got those maxims or golden rules from. The exceptions are if you have a no heat crisis, under the crisis program, you don't have to run an audit. You do need to do an assessment and you need to document it, but you don't have to run a full audit. And there are times where we will use the crisis program alongside the weatherization program. And it gets a little gray there. But if you're really just addressing a no heat crisis, somebody calls, their furnace is broken, you don't have to run a full audit. You can go address that furnace. Or if there's a life safety situation. So Carrie Lynn asked about health and safety measures. If there really was a legitimate life safety situation, you can go and address those, and then, then we can sort it out afterward. But all right, so I hope all of you have found a copy of the guidelines. I've got them here on my screen. You're welcome to follow along. I've tried to put the references on every screen so that you can find them in your guidelines if you want to. But anyway, the next item down says cost-effective measures. So standalone energy conservation measures, which we have some acronyms for them: ECMs, IRMs, NAMs, and HSMs. We'll talk about those in more detail, but I may start using some of those acronyms. I hope I don't lose you too much. I'll try to repeat what each of them mean. But anyway, so our energy conservation measures, and each package of measures, which includes all ECMs and incidental repairs, IRMs, must be cost effective as defined by DOE. So we covered that, but this is now in our guidelines. So we're kind of telling DOE we're going to follow your rules. cost-effective means that the measure and package of measures installed in a dwelling unit must have a savings to investment ratio which exceeds 1. Under the NEAT MIA, a measure shall only be implemented where there's a savings to investment ratio of at a minimum of 1. So we just put it in writing to tell you guys and DOE this is our standard. Measure prioritizations. Each dwelling should be evaluated for all eligible measures that can be installed. This one's kind of hard to bear in mind, but that's an auditor's responsibility. You're supposed to go out and evaluate it for every eligible measure that could be installed, determine if they are eligible for it, and install it if they are. On the flip side of that, you're also documenting in many cases why they were not eligible for stuff. So, you know, somebody could come along and say, well, why didn't you give this person this? And you will, if you've followed your processes and you've documented everything properly, you'll have all of the documentation you need to say why. But yeah, so each dwelling should be evaluated for all eligible measures that can be installed. The energy audit will determine the optimum set of cost-effective measures and will prioritize them in the NEAT MIA recommended measures report in order of cost effectiveness. Once approved, now you can run the audit a bunch of times and check at different scenarios, but once approved, all measures must be installed in the unit in the order of cost effectiveness. Again, I know that that's not how the sausage gets made. I know that in the real world, sometimes one measure gets installed before the other because it just makes sense that way. As an auditor, you don't need to be that concerned about that. I just basically mention it to say we know, and even DOE has acknowledged that that's not how things happen all the time, but if you do it out of order, you are assuming a certain level of risk at your agency. So if you think about that, then the client education and some of those things that that you can do become really important to help minimize that risk. But questions about anything on the screen so far?
So I have a question. So you said like that you can run the NEAT and the MIA a number of times to see what is the best scenario. So at what point do you consider it approved?
That's a great question. And it's kind of nebulous. Basically at whatever point your auditor actually issues the work orders, that really should be the approval, but then there's this problem where auditors aren't perfect. And field crews have opinions, and sometimes they notice things that the auditors missed, or sometimes they call the auditor and say, hey, instead of doing this, could we do this, or could we slightly modify it? And you want to be careful with that as an auditor. You want to allow for some leeway there, but you also don't want it to get out of control. You don't want to let the field crews dictate what work they're doing and not doing. You are I like to use the analogy that the auditor is the quarterback. The auditor consults with the coach on the sideline, with the program manager, but ultimately they go out on the field and they call the play. So the auditor calls the play, and you should expect the play to be run. Sometimes when the receiver breaks left instead of right, sometimes things change a little bit in the field. And anytime that happens, the field crew really needs to be communicating with the auditor before they ever do anything in the field that would deviate from the work order. Because it could change the savings of the window, and now the window no longer pays back. So it literally could reshuffle the deck by changing one thing in the field. So at what point is it approved? It really, in the perfect world, it would be approved the day that the auditor prints the work orders. But we also know that sometimes, in the real world, you uncover something that the auditor didn't notice, and you do need to make an adjustment. And so honestly, the audit gets run a few times. You print the work orders, you go out, you start the work, and sometimes on some jobs you end up having to go back in and make some modifications to the audit and rerun the audit to make sure that the decisions you made aren't going to reshuffle the deck and that you'll still have a justification for all the measures that you're installing. So does that make sense?
So if I'm understanding you right, rerunning after the work starts should be like the minority. Like that should be happening less frequent, and work orders should stand more often. If the auditors.
As a best practice, yeah, because and each agency and each auditor, you're going to get a little bit of a mixed bag there, because a newer auditor, they may overlook a lot of things. But if they have some good people in the field that will communicate to them and ask them questions, then a good auditor will be able to learn from those mistakes and quickly get up to that best practice where, they should be able to call the play and run that play most of the time. So, any other questions? All right, the next part is I'm going to go to section B9.2, and these are our approved audit tools. So this just has a general statement. It says the Weatherization Assistant NEAT MIA audit tool as approved by HCD, which is the Division of Housing at the state level. That's Housing and Community Development is what it stands for. So as approved by HCD and the Department of Energy, shall be used by all agencies to conduct audits on site-built and factory-built homes. The audit tool will be used in determining the savings to investment ratio of each weatherization measure and the correct priority of weatherization improvements for each dwelling unit. So kind of covered that ground a couple of times, but this is the statement that says this is what each of our agencies will use. The current version to be used is version 8.9 found at, and there's a link. And I think, Carrie Lynn, you found that the link doesn't work, right?
Yeah, it wasn't connecting yesterday. It was giving us an error.
The link might be broken right now, but the folks that published the link are aware of it. We were the second squeaky wheel. He thought it was just a glitch the first time, but now that we spoke up, they're working on fixing the link. So. But anyway, that is the version of the software that we're supposed to be using. The software's kind of getting old. They have not made any updates to it for about 5 years because they've been working on creating an online version of the software. The online version of the software was supposed to be in our hands last September. It's not quite ready yet. As with, as with all of this government stuff, it wasn't too surprising that they did not have it by the production date, but they're working on it. I actually have seen some major strides during this COVID pandemic. I'm wondering if they have a little more time to focus on it, but they have asked us at the state of Utah to help them with their beta testing on their online version of the software. So I've spent a couple of days in the software, using the software, and I've been able to give them some feedback. So I appreciate that, but and they listen to our feedback, which we also appreciate. So we have a little bit of an in there as they develop that out. I think we can make some helpful suggestions to them and stuff. But anyway, they're working on it. I'd be shocked if we got it sometime this year. It'd be cool if we did, but I'd be shocked. But I expect it in the next 2 years, honestly. So I guess the message there is get used to this version 8.9 that you have. If you have any problems with the computers that you're using or anything like that, you probably need to figure out how to solve those problems on a permanent basis, because I don't think that the new version of the software is going to be out quick enough to alleviate your problems there. And if you don't have it on a computer and you need a link and it's still broken, reach out to me. The online version looks a little different, but it does exactly all of the same things that this tool does. Really, I can only think of one exception, so it's going to be a pretty easy transition when we do start using it. So anyway, the HCD, so the state, received approval to use the Weatherization Assistant version 8.9 from DOE basically in August of 2015, and HCD is reapplying this year. The NEAT audit will be used for all single-family homes and buildings with 4 units or less, with the exception of factory-built homes as defined in attachment number 26. Attachment 26 is actually just a list of definitions, and it defines a factory-built home. And if I'm not mistaken, it basically just defines the factory-built home as a home that it's entirely factory-built, that there was nothing built on site. So this would be a mobile home that was drug on site and a skirt was put up, and that was it. So the NEAT is going to be used for all single-family homes and buildings with 4 units or less. So give me an example of a home that has 4 units or less that you could use the NEAT on.
The duplex.
Yeah, duplex is great. So you can run the NEAT, or you can evaluate a duplex using the NEAT. How do you do that? Can you just do 1 unit at a time, or like, what if only one of the people in the duplex wanted their house weatherized?
Yes, you can just do one.
So this gets a little bit sketchy, actually. In the general rule would be no. The general rule is you need to weatherize the whole building every time. We'll talk about, I can't remember if it gets into it here or not, but when you get into any multifamily housing of any sort, the first approach needs to be to figure out, can we weatherize the whole building? And then if not, then we can take a step back and we can determine whether or not you could try to weatherize this individual unit or not. And you run into some homeowner issues and all kinds of other stuff with that.
Because if you got the 4 tenants, but there's a landlord that owns the building, the fourplex or duplex, but only one of the clients want theirs evaluated and qualified for the program, can we isolate them then?
And that's, so the first approach is we would want to figure out, can we talk with the other tenants and have the whole building weatherized. It's way easier if there is one owner of the whole building. But yes, if you do get into the multi-ownership issues, like if it was a unit of condos and there was 10 different owners, that's when you can look at weatherizing an individual unit. But it does.
In the case of a fourplex, you have the 4 tenants. But usually there's the one person that owns the building. He just rents them out.
Yep.
What if only one tenant qualifies for our program?
So that's a great question. And honestly, I don't think I captured that part of the guidelines. So we'll talk about it here for a minute. So DOE has some rules. And then also the LIHEAP program that we also have funding for, they have some other rules. But on a multifamily house or building with 4 units or less, then the rule is that 50% of the people or the households have to qualify for the program. So if 2 of the 4 tenants qualify for the program, then you can actually weatherize the whole building. But we also have this, it's called the per unit average. And basically DOE kind of sets this average every year for the whole nation. And they adjust that average every year for like the increased cost of living or the increased cost of weatherizing a house. But they basically say that, so I think right now we're somewhere around $7,500 or $8,000 per unit. That's how much we can spend on average. And when we go into a situation where only 50% of the people in the building are qualified for the program, we're only allowed to spend the per unit average times the number of units that qualified. So instead of, if we had 4 units, we were going to go weatherize all of them, but only 2 of the units qualified, instead of getting $8,000 for all 4 units or $24,000, we really only get $12,000 to weatherize the whole building. So you do run into some of that stuff, and when you do that and you have, say you had a whole bunch of energy conservation measures that cost more than $12,000, then you actually have to look at the way all of those measures are prioritized, and you have to start taking the lowest priority measures off until you get under that cost limitation. So, but yeah, your first approach is actually, you should not be, especially if there's one owner of the whole building, even though he has a bunch of tenants, he is the owner. And it's simpler that way, because that owner can basically let his tenants know, hey, we're going to be making some improvements. There's going to be this agency's going to come in and do some work on your unit. You need to make the unit available to them on such and such a date. Usually, you guys can go in there and champion the program and talk about and make sure that we actually do some things that will make their home more comfortable. And also, in order for them to qualify, the clients are going to receive the benefit of the energy improvements, not the owner of the building. So the clients are usually on board because their utilities should go down a little bit. But anyway, it makes it a little easier to sell, but your first approach should always be weatherize that whole building, because if you start thinking about the different thermal boundaries and breaks and issues that you'll have. I had an agency call me, it's been probably 2 years ago, but they didn't completely understand this part of the policy, and they were attempting to weatherize one unit, and they got into it just a little bit, and they realized that it was a fourplex and it was 2 units up, 2 units down. Well, the flue that they needed to reline was shared between the basement unit and the second floor unit. And so they immediately ran into problems because they did not have permission from one of the units to go in there and work. So it's much easier to look at it as a building as a whole and then send that owner a deferral letter saying, sorry, we can't because your clients won't let us in, so we'll have to defer until you have clients that will, versus trying to do one unit, not really getting the energy savings that you could get if you did it right, and having some of those issues. But does that help at all on that?
Yes, that cleared it up pretty good. Thank you.
Okay. So yeah, so we're going to use the NEAT on units 4 or less. If you get into a row of townhouses and there are 5 units, can you use the NEAT? Not according to this. No, you shouldn't be using that. I think we'll get to something else here in a minute that will tell you what to do. The next one down says the MIA, and the MIA stands for Mobile Home Energy Audit. I don't even remember what the NEAT stands for. If anybody can think of it, let me know. But anyway, Mobile Home Energy Audit will be used on all single-family factory-built homes as defined in that attachment 26, except as described in bullet number 4, which is this. So number 4 says that either the NEAT or the MIA audit can be used for factory-built homes where the building envelope has been altered with light conventional framing. Now, light conventional framing is actually a construction term. It's not just a little bit of framing. It means that they've gone in and actually added some framing. They've built on a room, they've built on a closet, they've built on something using, pretty much traditional residential construction methods. So if the envelope has been altered with light conventional framing, factory-built homes installed on site-built basements or crawl spaces, and modular homes. So this is saying if you run into a situation where it's no longer just that mobile home that was drug up from the factory and plugged in, but they actually have either some site-built space, or they built a crawl space or a basement underneath it and then they set it on top of it, you now have the choice to use either the NEAT or the MIA. And then we've scoped that choice a little bit. It says the auditors should select the audit tool which will provide the best opportunity to maximize the energy savings for these irregular combined construction types. And the key to this exception is the inclusion of the site-built conditioned space or site-built basement or crawl to a factory-built home. Does that make sense? So I've gone to it's a mobile home. It's skirted, but on one end of it they basically like added on a room. And they like poured a slab for that room, so you get to the end of the mobile home, you take a step or two down into this other room, but it's now connected to the house. Which audit tool do you use?
I would say NEAT.
Tell me why.
Because you said they took it down, then they added on and connected it to the house. So does that qualify as the, what was that term where it was just a light conventional framing?
Correct. Yeah. So that's telling you you could actually, based on that, you could use the NEAT or the MIA. But then right in the middle of this, it says that the auditor should select the audit tool which will provide the best opportunity to maximize energy savings. So which tool in this situation would provide the best opportunity?
NEAT usually gives the most opportunity, doesn't it?
Yes. And that's, I pretty much could have just written that anytime there's site-built conditioned space or site-built basement on a crawl, or a site-built basement or crawl, you should use the NEAT. Because the NEAT's always going to give better energy savings. And really, anytime you're thinking about this, you should err on the side of the client. Which one's going to give the client more benefits? So anyway, basically, if it's not just a standard mobile home, if there's anything site-built, use the NEAT is the whole point of that paragraph. Why site-built basement or crawl? What does that have to do with anything? Can't you evaluate the rest of the house using the MIA?
I don't think you would want to use one for one and one for the other part of the house, but I think once it's a site-built basement, you might as well use the NEAT to get the best alternatives and the most alternatives.
Yeah, in the MIA, when you're entering stuff in the MIA, it asks you about the belly. And so it assumes that that there is a belly, or basically that the floor of the home is insulated. But you will run into some situations where the crawl space, like I've actually seen brand new modular homes where they did not insulate the floor at all. Or I've seen some where there's a bunch of damage done to the insulation on the floor, and now the agency's trying to determine whether it would be cost effective to repair the floor, or the other option is if they could use the NEAT would allow them to evaluate the walls of the basement or crawl space. And in some cases, it's more cost effective to just insulate the walls and bring that whole basement or crawl space into the thermal boundary. So that's why we added that in there. Basically, if it's sitting on a crawl or a basement, if you'll use the NEAT, you have more options to pick the most cost-effective approach to fix or establish the thermal boundary. So And then the last bullet, it says Utah does not have an approved multifamily tool. Contact the state for guidance prior to accepting any application of a project larger than 4 units. Multifamily buildings will be audited with EQIP, which is a multifamily audit tool, and they will be reviewed by HCD and the Department of Energy. So basically, I guess a good question to ask here is, do we do multifamily? Do we weatherize multifamily units in our program? Anybody want to venture a guess there?
I'm saying yes, but it's kind of touching on our last discussion also.
Yeah, so the answer is correct. Yes, we do. We weatherize anybody who applies for the weatherization program. We can weatherize their home as long as we're following all of the rules and as long as they qualify for it. If you had, so Carrie Lynn's a program manager, and she's here with us today. Carrie Lynn, if you had a developer that walked into your office and said, I have a 300 apartment complex here in Richfield, and I would like all 300 units weatherized, what would that do to your program? Would you be able to do that?
We wouldn't be able to, well, I mean, we don't have the funds to run that many, to weatherize that many units.
Can you turn him away?
Well, I guess I would have to call you guys and get special funds, or, you know, there would have to be a conversation at the state level, because we wouldn't have funds here to run 300 units, and we wouldn't have the manpower to do them and meet our contract.
So how do we treat that client equitably? And really, he's representing 300 clients, because if he's got a 300 apartment complex, then he's claiming that the majority of them, you know, qualify for our program. He's actually representing a lot of low-income people that should be eligible for our program, right?
Right, and that probably really do need our assistance. So, I mean, I'm just going to guess here, but I would say that I would have a conversation with the state program manager, and that would be something that would have to be addressed on their level in order to help us to be able to meet that need.
Yeah, so the answer I'm going for here is that we don't turn anybody away. Anybody who wants to can apply for our program, and we will prioritize them according to their need, and we will serve them according to our program funds. So if you did have a big multifamily project, you're not allowed to turn them away. You actually have to accept their application, and you have to evaluate it. Now, sometimes even that, just the evaluation could absorb so much of your program funds that your program might have to come up with a game plan to serve that client and also continue to serve all of the other clients in your area. So that game plan might look like maybe that 300 apartment complex, maybe they're in small buildings of maybe 10 units at a time. And you could come up with a plan to go and weatherize 10 of the units at a time. So we'll weatherize 10 units this year, and next year we'll go evaluate and weatherize the next 10 units or something like that. But yeah, the point here is that you can't turn them away, and just contact the state for guidance. We'll help you with it. And then ultimately, if you do end up evaluating it, then I can come and help with the EQIP evaluation. It will be a learning process for me, because it's been years since I've done one, and I really was just kind of an observer at that point. But and then the whole idea is we've basically gotten DOE's approval, because they know that less than 2% of our housing stock is multifamily, and we don't have enough audits to show them or to get a multifamily audit tool approved. So they've agreed to just review any of our multifamily audits, and then they'll give us the green light. So basically, I'd come work with you. We would run the audit. We would send it to DOE. DOE would approve it, and along with our game plan to actually weatherize the place, and then we'd put that plan into action is kind of what that would look like. So, and then also just the point is that, you know, I had heard of an agency once where they were under the mistaken idea that we didn't do multifamily, and they'd actually turned away a multifamily owner, and it fortunately didn't cause any problems, but they told them incorrectly. They should have worked to serve that owner. So any questions on that or anything else on this page? All right. As I expected or suspected, the amount of stuff we have to talk about in this section is longer than the amount of time I gave us. It is noon right now. Let's go ahead and break for lunch. Let's come back at, looks like we're about 12:05 right now, so let's come back at 12:50, so 10 minutes to 1, and we'll continue on with the stuff we have here and see if we can get into our shell walls and doors stuff in, you know, later in the afternoon. Does that work? I'm going to leave this running. I'll just mute it so you guys can stay logged in, and we'll just see you in 45 minutes.
Thanks, Turner. We'll see you.
I'm back if anybody has any questions. We'll wait a few more minutes before we start back up, though. All right, you guys back online?
I'm here.
I'm here.
All right.
Yes.
Before we jump back into the slides, I was going to ask you guys to go to the guidelines, and let's see if we can find the guidance about the multifamily stuff. Earlier I was talking about multifamily, and I mentioned that like 50% of the people. Can you guys get in the guidelines and see if you can find some guidance on that. Let's see if we can find the actual answer. And what I want to make sure everybody knows how to do is when you download the guidelines, they are downloaded as a PDF. If you'll just, while you're in the guidelines, if you'll hit Control F, then it will let you search through the whole document for different things. So you don't necessarily have to go to the table of contents and try to think about where you'd find it, but try hitting Control F and typing in different things to see if you can, anybody can find the rule. And then once you've found it, let us all know, and I'll go there and we'll read it.
Section C 5.5 talks about qualification requirements.
So C 5.5, multifamily complex qualification requirements.
Yep.
That's a good one, yeah. So what did you search for it, or were you in the table of contents?
Nope, I just searched for multifamily, and it was the first one that came up.
Awesome. Yeah, that's what I would have suggested, is looking for that word. The other thing, if I would have probably searched, if it didn't come up right away, would have been the number 50 or 50%, because I know that was part of the language, and I also knew this 66. So this says that the use of DOE funds for the weatherization of income property. Income eligible households must occupy 66% of the units in the multifamily buildings. And then income eligible households must occupy 50% of the units in a duplex, triplex, or fourplex, basically. So yeah, well, actually in a triplex, it would end up being 66%, because you'd have to have 2 of the households. But in a duplex and a fourplex, you can get away with 50%. So anyway, but yeah, make sure that, like, take the time to just search in the guidelines when you have questions about any of this stuff, because we've tried to put a lot of the answers in there. And then we also really appreciate when you guys find something that's missing. If you'll let us know about it, we can discuss adding it. So okay, let me look at the agenda real quick. And does anybody have any other questions that they thought of during lunch or anything before we jump back into it? All right. Whoops. Let me see where we're at with our slides. We've got large chunks of guidelines to go through. Okay. We'll hit some of these for a bit, and if it's taken too much time, we might hit the pause button on the policy and come back to it. But if nothing else, we'll plan on taking a break at 3:15. So if I go beyond 3:15, somebody let me know. Okay, so the next thing that this slide talks about is section B9.2b. So this is all under the heading of the Weatherization Assistant Program Setup. So this kind of things you need to do at your agency, or specific settings you need to do within the NEAT tool to make sure that we are administering the program equitably and we're doing the things that DOE has asked us to do. So this one says that the local agency is responsible for database preservation, and this preservation should follow the agency's record retention policy. So this one can kind of be an issue because it depends on how your agency is, like your IT is set up for your agency. If because we are using software that is installed on, computers instead of something cloud-based, you may have 4 or 5 computers at your agency, and each of them might have a different version of the software installed on it. Or not a different version, but its own instance. And you could even have situations where one auditor might go out and they might add a client's name to their computer, but then the other auditor might not have that client in their database, and now you don't have one database with all the client info in. Now you have 2. And so you're okay to do that. I don't recommend it, but the whole point here is that your agency is responsible to make sure that all of those databases are being preserved somehow. And basically what this image is your database should be backed up on a regular basis. Under the grant, under the grant or the agreement that we have with the Department of Energy, they should be able to come to any one of our offices, and they should be able to access files for any house that was weatherized under the grant and for the past 3 years, whichever is greater. So the grants are 5 years. So if they came and visited us in year 5 of a grant, then they should be able to go back for the last 5 years and see all of the files that your agency had for all of the jobs that you weatherized with their money. And if part of that file or part of that justification is this audit file, then your agency needs to make sure that it has the ability to reproduce all that, or you should be able to open it up and say, here is all the information that we used to evaluate this house. So I make sure that all the auditors understand this, because you are the one that is in the data, you're using the data, you're moving the data, you're storing the data, and so you need to make sure that you are meeting this requirement as well, that you're not just the stuff in the NEAT MIA audit, but also when you're finished with your audit file, it needs to be saved and hopefully backed up somewhere, so that if you just had it saved on your computer and the hard drive crashed, then you really wouldn't be able to reproduce the justification that you worked so hard to make. You wouldn't be able to reproduce that. So if DOE showed up, you'd be in a world of hurt. So questions, comments on that? All right. Next one, Weatherization Assistance Program setup still. So B92B, but this one says that a list of mandatory audit library measure settings is included in the Setup Library Measure Life Settings worksheet, which there's a picture of down here. Lots of words, sorry about that. So a list of mandatory audit library measures settings is included in this document. This list establishes the maximum life of each library measure and includes instructions explaining how to adjust the lifespan of the approved 30-year measures in the Weatherization Assistant version 8.9. And I'll dig into that in a minute. It indicates which library measures are required to be active or inactive. This list is reviewed at least annually by the Housing and Community Development Division and updated as needed arises. Agencies must adjust their library measure settings to reflect any updates or changes made to the list. So this Setup Library Measure Life Settings, that's just a list of all the measures you're supposed to have active in your audit. You guys familiar with this list at all? Anybody out there who's never seen it before? So where would you find this list? Does anybody know? Gold star to the first person who tells me where we would find this setup library measure life setting list.
I think it's kept in the neat audit under the setup library, isn't it?
So
I'm guessing.
that's where you'll put information from the list.
Oh, then I don't know.
Any other guesses? So we've been there once today. We have that page where you found the guidelines at. Our resources page. On the resources page, not too far from the top, I have put all of the resources for the NEAT audit in one section. So if you're ever looking for something that is not in the guidelines, I would try here first. There's only one problem with it, and that's that we have a little bit of a hard time getting things updated very quickly, but I try to stay on top of it. I've been working on some updates for about a month, and after 2 attempts, they're still not quite right. But this thing right here that says library measures is the link to this document. And it's just a PDF, so I'm just going to open it up here. It's coming up on my other screen, and this is the document. So now this one is currently accurate, I think. Maybe we've changed this. Maybe it's a little out of date actually. But I'm going to open up the one from my slideshow. And if you would like the one from the slideshow, there's a link to it in the slideshow. So if you wanted to look at that one, gosh, how do I get back to the slideshow that I was running? There it is. Yeah, I put a link to it right here, and I made it sure and shared the document with all of you. But you'll notice this one has different measure life on it. Instead of saying 20 here, it actually says 30. But what this is a list of all the measures that you could turn on or turn off in the NEAT MIA audit. And in order to administer the program equitably, we had to basically make this list and set it as the standard of what every agency should make all of these things active or inactive on their NEAT and MIA audits. So, for example, number 7, sill insulation, and there's a couple of different options there, but you should have a measure that's active in the NEAT audit, sorry, that would allow you to evaluate to insulate the sill on a home, and that measure would have an effective measure life of 20 years. As we brought up, we're talking about how long the measure life was earlier. This is the standard. Most of these are, well, in fact, in every single case, DOE has basically said this is the maximum allowable measure life, and we have adopted the maximum allowable measure life on every measure. So this DOE will only let us go out to 20 years on sill insulation. They won't let us go any longer. This measure here, white roof coating. So that's a measure that we could use the audit to evaluate to see if it was cost effective to do something with it. It would have a measure life of 7 years, but it should not be active in your audit tool. The reason why is because the state decided years ago that we don't want you guys working on roofs. We don't want you to do anything on a roof that could make it so now we own the roof. Because the moment you go up there and work, the client's going to call back and say you broke the roof and now it's leaking. We didn't want people falling off of the roofs. So that measure has been inactive in our program for a very long time. So anyway, there's a bunch that are active, there's some that are inactive, and these are required settings in your audit tool. Okay, so what does that look like? Well, if you guys want to, on your end, let's actually open up the audit tool and talk about this just a little bit. I need to send you guys an email. One of you reached out and said that when you open up your audit, you basically don't have a back-end database, and that's fine, but I will send a database that you can use for the purpose of today's class. Give me just a minute and I'll do that. I just got to find the email that I sent to you guys about this class. But yeah, so open up your Neat audit, and we're going to, in the bottom left corner of the startup screen on that, there's actually a, I guess I'll show you what that looks like. There's a setup library. So click on that setup library, and if you've never been in there, just take a minute to look around and see what's in there. And I'm going to put together an email and send you guys a library you can use if you want to. Let's see. Okay. All right, this is going to take a minute to upload because it's a big file. So I'll start talking, but I should be able to send you a copy of the database in a few minutes. Anyway, so within the Neat, you're going to click on the setup library, and your setup library actually has a number of things that you need to be aware of, and now's probably as good a time as any to start going through them. So on this very first screen, it says Setup Library Information. A couple of things to be aware of. First and foremost, you can have lots and lots of setup libraries. You can create a copy, you can create a new setup library, and you can make changes to these, but you need to be very, very careful about when you make changes and what changes you make, because you could literally change a whole bunch of audits that you've already run. So we have some rules about that, which I'll talk about in a few minutes. But first and foremost, make a note whenever you get into the setup library. Pay attention to which library you're in, because like this one only has one, but I'm going to create a copy of one. Let's say that today I need to make some changes to my setup library, so I'm going to copy this setup library, and I'm going to call it Turner's Setup Library 042820. That's for today's date. So now there's more than one. There's two in there. And when I run an audit, I got to make sure I'm picking the right setup library, because after today, I might go in and update the cost of insulation or something like that. And now from today forward, I need to make sure and use this new setup library, because it would reflect the new cost of insulation and things. So be aware when you get into it, you could be in any number. Some of your agencies have 20 or 30 different setup libraries in here. You got to make sure you're picking the one that is active or effective on the date that you're running an audit. And then other things to be aware of, so click on the Key Parameters tab in your audit tool. And we've talked a lot about how it has to have an SIR of 1 or greater. So under Key Parameters, there's another set of tabs, and the first tab says Economics. And it says Real Discount Rate. That should be at 3%. And then you have a minimum acceptable SIR, and that's set at 1. Now, if you wanted to, you could change that. You could change that to a 0.5. And if you do that, and then I'm going to try clicking to a different, somewhere else. I'm going to try clicking on Set Points. Oh, maybe I don't, oh, this is my new one, so it didn't say that that'll cause a problem. Anytime you make changes, if there are any audits already run or already associated with that setup library, it will give you a warning. It'll basically say, are you sure you want to do this? Because it's going to affect a bunch of audits. And anytime it affects audits, you should not be making those changes. That's really your reminder to go back, and instead of making changes to that setup library, you make a copy and you make a new setup library and make changes to that one. So, but yeah, under Key Parameters, that's where you could actually set it to 0.5 or something like that. And what that will do is when you run an audit, if the SIR is a 0.5, then it'll put those things on the recommended measures list. But you don't want to do that because you could accidentally install something that only has an SIR of a 0.5, and it doesn't meet the program requirements of a 1. So you have the capability of changing some of this stuff, but be aware that when you change it, it could actually cause you some problems. The other thing, though, I love for you guys to be aware of is look at this Set Points tab. So it says the heating set point during the daytime and nighttime, and the cooling set point during the daytime and nighttime, and night setback. So it says heating daytime and nighttime are 68 degrees, cooling is 78 degrees, and a night setback of 5 degrees. So what's that information all about? Why is that in there? What's the audit going to do with that information when you run an audit?
Is it going to figure it, like, I'm guessing, is it going to figure it with your heat loss stuff? Or your heat, like, that you use? Will it help, like, compare it? Or is there a formula that runs it with your weather station in comparison to those things?
Yes. This is part of that equation. So you're going to pick a weather station, and it's going to tell you what the coldest day of the year is. And this is where you've told the audit what the client's thermostat is going to be set to. Now, is the client's thermostat always set to that? No, it's never set to that. It's always the daytime heating is always more like 74 degrees. And the cooling is more like 68 degrees, right? But when this is calculating things, it's based off of this assumption that the client's keeping their thermostat during the summertime at 78 degrees, so they're not trying to cool their house down more than that. And that they're keeping their heat at 68 degrees, they're not trying to get it any warmer than that. And it's okay that this is not, it's not accurate because every client's going to be different. We just had to set a standard for our program, and in this case we actually set it to where it will, you could argue either way how it benefits the client or disadvantages the client. So we've basically just, that's the standard because that is what we educate them to do to save the most energy. So, but if you're going into a home and you're promising a client, you know, if you'll let us weatherize your house, then you'll, you know, my paperwork says you'll save this much money. Be aware that this is part of the equation. Be aware that you would want to make sure and educate the client. if you'll let us insulate this wall, and if you'll keep your thermostat at good energy saving temperatures, then you could save this much money. So insulation, this one's interesting, and some of this stuff I really don't even know enough about, but like there are some different things in here. I have come in and adjusted the added duct insulation R value at different times. That's a number that you need to look at and make sure it's set accurately for what you guys install at your agency. But like the average annual outside film coefficient, I don't think that one applies because our window films are inactive, but I'm not 100% because this could have something to do with the windows that are installed on there, or something like that. But I've never dug too deep into that one. Uninsulated R value of an other wall type, that's just, there's a section where you can actually do some insulation on other wall types, and so that's just the base or the baseline or the standard that's used for that. So there's a couple of things, and we've just left them alone as a set standard. R value of other existing siding type, R value per inch of other existing ceiling insulation type. Those are some options you have. We rarely ever use them in the program, so they're not going to affect anything. But yeah, the added R value of the duct insulation, that needs to match what your guys are pulling off of the shelf and putting in. Code requires that duct should be an R8, I think, in most of the applications we are using. So that number in your setup library should at least be an R8. This is one that varies from the water heater wrap added R value. That one varies from agency to agency. That should be at least an R11. And your agency should be installing at least an R11. That's based off of the DOE's standard workforce specifications. So DOE actually set a standard that water heater wrap should at least be an R11, but it should match whatever you guys are stocking in your warehouses and what you're putting on, so that when you evaluate to see if it's cost effective to add an R13 to the water heater, that the guys would then turn around and actually go and add an R13 to the water heater. And then the base value of free heat from internals, I couldn't even begin to tell you what that means. So leave that number alone at the default. But there's some stuff about insulation equipment. You got your window AC replacement SEER, and you'll notice as you do get into the cooling equipment and stuff, it's kind of standardized here. So if you ever get into something and you're wondering where is that setting, like I wonder if that setting is accurate, or I just wonder what that setting might be. Sometimes you have to come into the setup library to find it. But so window AC, central AC. So if you're going to, by default, your standard replacement is going to be at least a SEER rating of 17 or higher. Heat pump at 13. Low flow shower head flow rate. That's another one. If you find a low flow shower head that is at a 2.8, you need to make sure, and that's what you stock at your agency, you need to make sure that your audit's set up to evaluate to that. And I'd leave the refrigerator defrost cycle energy alone as well, just at that 0.8 kilowatt hours. That sets a standard across the program. If you really wanted to dig into that one and make a case for why you want it as something different, I'd listen, but otherwise leave it alone. And then your windows, it's going to have some U value, some minimum U values, and solar heat gain coefficients. And these should also align with whatever you buy on average or most of the time. So in the program, you are required, we don't have any solar heat gain coefficient requirements, but you're required that every window you put in every replacement window has a U value of a 0.3 or lower. So okay, I just sent the database right now. So if anybody is waiting on that database, check in your inbox. And then it'll take you a little while to download it, I suspect, if you have internet like mine. But let me know once you've got it if you need help. Anyway, so make sure that your U value matches whatever types of windows that you regularly buy. And then just be aware of some of these other settings and what they mean. Take some time to learn what your solar heat gain coefficient is. And you may need to make some adjustments. If you're buying windows that all on average have the same solar heat gain coefficient, you could set that to align with that. If you have a good window supplier, they'll actually ask you about that, and sometimes they will send you different windows for different applications. And so your solar heat gain coefficient could kind of be all over the map. And in that case, I'd just pick an average. I wouldn't try to change it every time you're evaluating something differently. But anyway, so those are some of the key parameters that are, you're kind of set that as your standard for every audit that you run. One other thing to be aware of. So we've been looking at this from the NEAT. If you check this little drop-down menu, there's a mobile home one, the MIA. And if I switch that, it actually, I think it adds, it adds another tab or two. And so take the time sometime and look at like what is on those tabs and think about, are those settings all where they need to be for my agency? But also be aware when you get in here, you could be changing things for the NEAT side of things, but not the MIA or vice versa. The interesting thing about this tool, so they call it the Weatherization Assistant. That's what the WA stands for. But it's actually two different audit tools. And they literally had two teams developing these two separate audit tools years ago. And then once they finally had developed both of them, they just stuck both of them together in this one piece of software. And so there are some differences from the way Team 1 decided to evaluate things versus Team 2. And anyway, be aware of that, and just be aware when you're making changes in here, you're typically just making changes to the NEAT side of things or the MIA side of things. I'm going to stay in the NEAT side of things, and I'm really not going to dive too deep on MIA anything during this class. There's a bunch of stuff there that we could talk about, but we really won't have time to cover it. So if you have questions in the future, just reach out to me. So back to the NEAT, in the key parameters, I'm going to switch to fuel costs. Your fuel costs, which I have a slide for this in a minute, and we'll read the regulations on it, but basically the state does a fuel survey once a year. And Brad Carpenter, our program manager, actually still does this. Every year he calls all 30 some odd fuel providers in the state, and he asks them, usually in January, what their fuel prices are. And then we set that standard for the whole state, and we do it at the state level because each different utility charges or has different rates, and they calculate their rates in different ways. And so by the state doing it, it allows us to basically adjust every single one of the rates so that we're comparing apples to apples, so that we're looking at all of the, for example, all the natural gas in this MCF unit, which it's like, I can't even remember what MCF stands for. So somebody look it up and put it in the chat. But it's a way to measure natural gas. And when you call the rate provider, they're going to tell you in decatherms or something else. So we convert everything so that's all uniform, and we adjust all the information we get from them so that it's all apples to apples. And then we publish that. And where would you find that publication? If it's something we do once a year, we're probably not going to put it in our guidelines. So where would you find that publication? Any guesses?
The resource website.
The resource website, exactly. If I could remember how to switch screens to it, I'd show you. there's a screen that might have it. Yeah, so resource website under the Neat Audit tool. Actually, it might not be under the Neat Audit tool. This is the one, I can't ever remember what heading it's under, so just like the guidelines, I hit Control F and I search for fuel. So it's down under its own heading for fuel costs. And there's the 2018 and the 2019. And if I open up the 2019 fuel costs, it's going to download a PDF. And you'll notice when that opens, there's a 9-page document. The first page says fuel prices for Neat Audit for Bragg. And the next page for Utah Community Action. And for Housing Authority of Utah County, which is now MAG, and so on down the line. So, and you can see that each page actually has kind of a different breakout for the different areas that the utility providers serve. And some areas, so we're looking at 6 county here. In Juab County, there's Levan City Power, Nephi City Power, and Rocky Mountain Power. And so now the agency, 6 county agency, has to make sure that they have these fuel prices in their setup library. And I'll read the guidelines in a minute, but there's a little bit of flexibility there where you guys can decide if you want to create a separate fuel library for people that have Levan City Power and a separate one for Nephi City Power, or if you just want to combine, if they're close enough together, you could take the average and combine all of them and say that that's the fuel prices for Juab County. Or maybe you have 3 counties that all the prices are the same and you could just do one fuel library for all 3 or something like that. So anyway, so we actually do a fuel survey. We put all that stuff together and then we publish it. We do it in January, February, but notice that, oh, maybe this one's missing the first page. Oh, there it is. It has an effective date of July 1 of that year every time. And what we've tried to do is basically, if we're going to make any changes that are going to require you guys to get into your setup libraries and change anything, we make those changes effective on July 1. That way, just a few weeks before July 1, you can get in, you can make all the adjustments, you can get your new setup library for the next year ready, and then we won't be, saying, oh, here's something else, you got to go change your setup library for this, and now you got to change your setup library for that. So we make it all effective July 1. We'll give it all to you ahead of time so you can get your setup libraries all set up properly. But that's what this is. So this is Utah Community Action's average fuel cost for 2019. They actually average all their stuff together in one fuel cost because their fuel providers, particularly for natural gas, were all so close together that they were able to just take an average. And then that's how anytime they evaluate a house, they're evaluating it based on natural gas costing 9.9. So, and Dennis said, so MCF equals 1,000 cubic feet. All right. So anyway, so you're going to have your fuel costs in there. And now that you can see that there are fuel costs in there, we've talked about when you get into the audit, you'll select a weather file. You also have to select the correct fuel cost library. So you could have 5 or 6 different fuel cost libraries in here. When you run that audit, you're going to pick this setup library, but you still have to go in and say, in this setup library, I need to pick fuel cost number 3, which is for Garcane County or something like that. So that's where those settings are. You set them at least once annually. My little spiel on that is if you ever feel like the numbers that the state publishes are not in line with what the actual fuel costs are, you're welcome to make a case for that. You're welcome to give us information and say, hey, I call this utility. I feel like these fuel prices are way lower than they should be or way higher than they should be. Or, for example, a cord of wood. If you know that in your area a cord of wood is costing $400, we could make an adjustment there. So you can communicate to us if these numbers ever don't seem right. You know, it's not just an arbitrary number that you have to live with. So any questions on the fuel costs? Okay. The next tab says fuel price indices. This is a tab that you don't ever make any changes to. These are, well, we actually made changes to them one time. In fact, you can see the change. See how these numbers go 1.1, 1.1, 1.2, 1.2, and then this one jumps up to 8.45 on natural gas for year 24. This was actually a setting we had to adjust so that we could make our measure, instead of a 24-year measure, it turns it into a 30-year measure on some insulation measures, which we'll go back and talk about that in a minute. But basically, leave these all alone. If you ever screw these up, then the best way to get them back is you'd go back, you'd create a brand new setup library, and you could at least open that setup library and look at all the numbers. And then, like, if you didn't want to, it basically gives you a default setup library with all the default numbers in it. And then, you know, if I mess them up in Turner's setup library, then I could at least go in and look at them, write them all down, and then I could come into here and double check and make sure all these ones were set properly. That would be way easier than recreating this whole library. Typically, if you're going to make a new library, you won't want to make a copy of it because there's hundreds, if not thousands, of settings in here that you'd have to redo by just making a brand new one. But anyway, so leave everything alone on this, and if you ever feel like you've messed it up, you do want to double check it. Library Measures tab, this is the tab that started this conversation. This is where you basically are supposed to be taking this document and making sure that your agency's settings are all set according to that document. And I need to open up the newest one and put them side by side on my screen probably. So I'm going to download this document. And put that right there. And then I'm going to open this one up and put it on this side. Hopefully that's not too small for you guys to see. But basically, so in this document, there's a list of the neat measures that are active, and then if you scroll down far enough, you'll see the heading MIA. It starts to clear down here, and then there's all the MIA stuff that's supposed to be active. Now, I'm not going to go through this whole thing right now, but we will go through a few of them to talk about it. But every year in June, at least for the last couple of years, we have held a meeting where we've invited at least one person from every agency to attend that meeting. And we have basically gone through and made any changes to your setup library that need to be made before July 1. We are going to do that again in June. I have a proposed date. We'll talk about it next week during our technical meeting. But you know, if you're in this training and you'd want to, either you might be the person that's going to attend, or if you want to attend with someone else from your agency, feel free. We'll spend an hour or two basically going through these settings, making sure they're all correct, and then updating our fuel costs and any other annual changes that need to be made. So, but yeah, you're going to go through each one of these things. So this shows that attic insulation blown cellulose R11. You'll notice there's a measure over here that matches these two things. that should be set at, this says the measured life should be 30 years, and then in parentheses it says it's entered as 24. Does anybody know why it says 24?
That have to do with that, where that changes that to goes to the 845, or?
Yes, it did. It did. So what this is for a very long time, the payback, or the, sorry, not the payback, the effective life of an insulation in an attic, DOE decided years ago that they felt like 20 years was a good effective life for that. Well, there's a group called Energy Out West, and that's basically a group of weatherization people from a bunch of states out here in the West started a little, I don't know, coalition, whatever you want to call it, and they meet regularly. They actually hold a training conference, which they have planned to hold a conference in Texas in August of this year. We haven't heard if it's been canceled or not, but they do a lot of good things. Well, one of the things that group did was somebody said, hey, I feel like the measure life of an attic insulation should be higher than 20 or 25 or whatever it used to be. I think it was 20. And so they did a little research. They put together some of the information that they found, and they submitted that to DOE. And they said, hey, DOE, would you please review this and let us know if you'd be willing to change the effective life of attic insulation and also some furnace effective lives to make them longer. Because if you made them longer, then we'd get a better payback on them, and it would allow us to install more of these measures. So DOE reviewed that, and they approved it. And then, so DOE actually contracted with one of our national laboratories. It's called Oak Ridge National Laboratory. Oak Ridge National Laboratory made this audit tool. As we talked about earlier, we don't have to use, we get to choose, the state gets to choose which audit tool we use, and then we tell DOE, hey, this is the audit tool we want to use, this is how we'll use it, please approve it, and they review it and approve it or deny it or whatever. Well, we have selected to use this neat MIA tool that Oak Ridge National Laboratory made. It is the one that DOE had commissioned or had made, but there's a half a dozen other ones out there that we could choose from if we want to. But since DOE had this one commissioned, they basically turned to Oak Ridge and said, Oak Ridge, is there a way to adjust the measure life from 20 years up to 30 years? Because we're going to go ahead and approve this request from the folks at Energy Out West. And so the guys at Oak Ridge National Laboratory got in here and they realized, oh no, because of those fuel price indices that only go up to 25 years, and since we're not making any more updates to our software, we got to figure out kind of a Band-Aid to make it so that the audit will actually calculate the savings to investment ratio based on 30 years. And so they did a little bit of backwards engineering, and they sent out a document that basically said if you'll go into year 24, and they picked year 24 because they knew that there weren't any measures that were 24 years long, so they weren't picking a year that would mess up anybody else's measures. But they basically said if you'll go in and adjust the year 24 on natural gas and on oil and on electricity and everything else to these specific numbers, then when you run your audit, it will effectively evaluate it as though the life is 30 years. Long explanation, but does that make sense? And so yes, if you're looking at your fuel price indices and year 24 is not substantially higher than than the year before and after it, then you're either in the wrong setup library, or if you are in your agency's most current setup library, then it's not set up properly, and we'll need to fix that. So, but yeah, basically you're going to go in, this one was effective, well, last year we had one that I think also had the 30 years on them. That would have been effective July 1st of 2019, and your agency should have basically gone in and made sure every measure that is listed as active over here is also listed as active here. So we talked about this white roof coating earlier, and you can see here white roof coating is measure number 8, just like it says here. And the box is unchecked, so it is not active. And so the measure life says the same number here, but since it's not active, it really doesn't matter. But all of these attic insulation ones, they should be at 30. So as noted, I have the year 24 there to represent 30. Measure number 6, building insulation, the fill ceiling cavity. That was one that that based on the way we install it at our program didn't quite meet the standards to raise the bar up to 30, so we've had to leave it at 20. But we have our standard listed there, so 20 years. So basically, that is where the effective measure life comes from. And we talked earlier about an example of a window. So if you look here at measure number 21, it says low E window. And it says that the effective life of a low E window is 20 years. So we had an example earlier where we were going to replace a window for $250. And the audit's going to calculate across the life of that measure. So how much energy would it have to save if we were going to replace that window? Let me see if I can get back to that slide, wherever I put it. If we were going to replace that window for $250, how much energy would it have to save each year in order for it to be cost effective?
$12.50.
And how did you get to that number?
Just divided 250 by 20.
Yeah, you guys agree with that? That's exactly what you do. Is just that here. So if it saves $12.51 each year, then you'd end up with an SIR of like a 1.1 or something like that, and the audit's going to tell you to go ahead and replace that measure. So back to this. So your weatherization assistance program, we have a list of mandatory library measure settings. All those settings have to be set at your agency. The list establishes the maximum life. It indicates which library measures are required to be active or inactive. And we review it annually, and whenever we publish any changes, each agency is required to adjust according to those changes. So any questions on this slide or on any of the stuff that we started digging into on the audit there? All right. So the next item says agencies are required to have estimated measure costs for all active measures. So we started looking at our audit tool, and if you haven't already clicked into it, feel free to, I'm going to go to my low E windows, but over here on the far right it says costs, and I'm going to click on that, and it shows that I have some numbers in here for a low E window. And in this library it says that the cost of my window per square foot is $0. The labor is $0. And then I have this other, and the units on it, instead of square feet, it says each window, 65. and then I have a note that says 1.5 hours plus at $30 plus 20 for sealant and trim for windows. So what this is telling me, and there's also some other comment that says cost must be added from the quote obtained. So based on these settings, if I'm evaluating to replace a window, what's the audit going to do with this information when I do that evaluation?
It's going to use it to figure out your SIR, isn't it?
It is. If I go to an audit and I just basically tell it there's a window, it's 48 by 48 inches, it's on this wall, and I hit evaluate all, how much does it think that the window costs?
It's going to think it's zero because you got to put the cost in for the window, don't you?
Correct. So on a window, I've put in this setup library that it costs $0 per square foot, $0 for the labor, but each individual window costs $65, and that's to install it and to cover the cost of a little bit of caulk and stuff. So if I forget to put that cost in, which we'll get to that one and talk about it in detail, but if I forget to put that cost in, it thinks that the total cost of the window is $65, no matter how big the window is. So keep that in mind. We'll come back to that one, but let's look at another one. Let's go to just any one of your insulation measures. So I'm going to grab attic insulation for an R38. And you'll notice in here, there's 3 different things. I have attic insulation blown cellulose, attic insulation blown fiberglass, attic insulation fiberglass batt, and these are all for an R38. And you can see there are different costs for each one of them. So for blown cellulose, I have that it costs 25 cents per square foot for the materials, 22 cents per square foot for the labor. Go ahead.
I'm still seeing the window stuff, so I don't know if everybody else is.
Yeah, you didn't bring that other slide to the front. We can read the names that you read off, but we can't see the other information.
Okay, there we go.
So can you see what part can you see now?
Now we're showing the audit setup library change log. Now we're at the
Can you guys, whoops, sorry. Can you see half of my screen that has energy monitor on it?
Now we can see the attic stuff, but before it stayed on the window.
Oh, weird. Gotcha. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, so I'm looking at costs for attic insulation, and you can see that there's basically a cost for each of these different things. There's a cost in here for cellulose, cost in here for fiberglass, and a cost in here for fiberglass batts. Back on this slide, I think I'm going to close this window. Back on this slide, whoops, it says agencies are required to have estimated measure costs for all active measures. So you've got this big long list and it tells you all the measures that are active, right? Well, you're required for each one of those measures that is active, you're supposed to have some measure costs in there for each one of those measures. And then items 1, 2, and 3 actually tell you what those costs, some of the requirements of those costs. So number 1 says measure costs should include all materials and labor needed to meet the requirements of the SWS, field guides, and program guidelines for the measure. We will go to the SWS when we cover the Energy Auditor Resources. The SWS stands for Standard Work Specifications. DOE just made a list of things. So they basically said if you're going to insulate an attic, here's our standard work specifications. These are the things that we require that you do with our money. And it might be, you know, an attic has to have rulers, it has to be a certain depth, it has to have baffles. Like they put together their own standard. So this is just saying, if you're going to install this measure, it has to meet DOE's standard, has to meet the field guide standard, which is Utah's standard, and any other program guidelines. So you just have to make sure when you're putting costs in that it's going to include everything you would need to meet those standards. Measure cost must represent the average actual cost of each measure to ensure that dwellings are evaluated accurately and equitably for all allowable measures. So, and then measure costs cannot be inflated to avoid performing the measure. So if you did not like doing attic insulation, your agency decided they wanted to minimize the number of attic insulations they had to do, well, the easiest thing for you to do would just go in here and inflate the cost of your attic insulation, and then when you run it, then hopefully that'll decrease the amount of times you have to go do it, right? But in reality, you would literally be taking away the benefit from your customers. So all of these rules are set up to basically say you have to have a cost in there. Your cost should be pretty close to the actual cost, and it can't be inflated to the point where it's going to take that benefit away from your customers. Does that make sense? Yeah. Any questions on that? Okay. The next part says agencies are required to update their measure costs at the beginning of each new program year, July 1. That's why we've started having that meeting in June, to help you guys do that and remember to do that every year. So you're supposed to do it at least once a year. You're also supposed to do it whenever there's a significant change in a cost factor. And it says updates should include the library measure cost and any user-defined cost measure costs. So your updates should basically include everything you have in your setup library under, so that would be all of your library measure costs, and then also if you have any user-defined measures, which we haven't gotten to yet. But there's really only one. When we get there, we'll talk about it. But you basically, when you do these annual updates, you should make sure you're updating all of the applicable costs. Agencies are responsible to maintain uniformity in measure costs across all devices used to run energy audits. So a couple screens back, we were talking about this. We're talking about how you've got database preservation, right? And sometimes you could have 2 or 3 different employees might have different copies of their own version of the audit on their own computer. Well, if you update the measure costs on one computer, you got to make sure and update the measure costs on all 3 computers. That's why it's way better if you can just put your neat audit database on a shared server, and then whoever's using the computer has to log into that shared server. And then if you update these costs just on that shared server, then they're updated across all devices. But so agencies are responsible to do that. When changes are made to any setup parameters, agencies must ensure steps are taken to preserve the existing database information so that historical audits will not be altered. And agencies shall document the changes that are made using the Audit Setup Library Change Log in their WAP Reports workbook. That's a mouthful. This is one that people still struggle with, even though we've been doing it for a few years. But basically, anytime you make a change to your setup library, you need to draw a line in the sand. And you need to say, as of today's date going forward, this new setup library is now the library that we're going to use when we evaluate clients' homes. Why would we do that? Why do we have to draw a line in the sand and then document it in our setup library change log?
Because if you're making changes for future audits, you don't want to have those changes go back into the historical audits.
Yes, and so let me see if I can show you what that looks like. So back in my audit tool, right? I'm going to open up my setup library, and this is Turner's setup library. That's the new one that I made. I'm going to switch back over to my original setup library, and I'm going to go into my library measures, and I'm going to change the cost of some cellulose from 35 cents to, let's say, $1.35 per square foot. And as soon as I click out of that cell, it gives me this warning, and it says this setup library has been used to generate recommended measures for 10 NEAT audits and 10 MIA audits. And it says editing this could change the results of those 20 audits. And it's basically asking, are you sure you want to make these changes? Now, I don't want to make those changes because they will affect 20 audits that I've already audited. I may have already printed work orders on. We might already be working on them. And if I change it from 35 cents to $1.35 per square foot, what would that do to any attic insulation measures on those audits?
We'll probably kick off that measure.
Yeah, it could make it so that say I've got a house, I already ran it, it's one of those 10 NEAT audits, and I'm not quite done yet. Somebody from the field calls me and says, hey, could we adjust this one particular measure a little bit? Well, the auditor gets in and they rerun the audit, and now they've already installed the attic insulation, but now all of a sudden the attic insulation measure disappears. Now what do they do? And so basically, you don't ever want to make changes that are going to affect past audits. So on this case, I'm going to put cancel. And what I would do, instead of changing that here, I would create that new audit library or setup library. So that would be, an example of that would be the Turner's new setup library that I made today. So I'd go into Turner's new setup library. I'd go into my library measures. I'd go down to my attic insulation R49, and I could change that to $1.35. As soon as I click away, it's going to let me do it because this is not associated with any audits. I haven't run any audits yet on it. So I can save those changes, and then I'm going to record the fact that I created this new setup library and I made changes. And the reason why I'm going to do that is back in here, we were talking about it earlier today. Number 4, the program must be administered equitably across the state. So if I was going to increase my insulation prices in my attic, I should not be going in and increasing them because I just audited a house and it's disgusting, and I don't want to get up in the attic. The guys won't want to get up in the attic. So I could just go in and change the numbers and run the audit, and the audit will tell us not to go get in the attic, right? But if I do that just on Mrs. Jones's house and not on anybody else's house, am I administering the program equitably? No. That I'm treating her unfairly, right? So in order to treat her the same way I would treat every other client, I'm never going to get in and tweak just the settings on her audit. But if I really had a legitimate reason for adjusting those prices, then I would adjust them, and they would it would be like I'm adjusting them because the cost of insulation has gone up. And I need to adjust them, and now I will use these new adjustments to run every audit after until we have other changes. So back to our audit setup library change log, this is one of the tools we've put in place to document and show DOE this is how we are being careful that we are administering the program equitably across the whole state. We keep a record anytime we make changes to our setup library change log. Okay, it said that you have to make these changes to your audit setup library change log, which is in your WAP reports workbook. Who knows how to find the WAP reports workbook? Where is that thing? Let's see.
Is it the Google sheet that you shared with us for reports? No.
It is. That is
Oh,
it.
it is. Okay.
Yes. So I'm going to pull one up really quickly. So since Carrie Lynn spoke up, we'll use yours. So for each agency, we have created a workbook, and it's just a Google workbook. And this one's still loading. It'll take a second. And because this is agency specific, like you're going to have some certain things in here that you wouldn't want another agency getting in and messing with. We've made a separate workbook for every single agency. It looks like, is that you that's logged in, Carrie Lynn? Is that the K?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so in here, we've tried to put in any of the things that are kind of information that you're going to communicate with the state, but you're also keeping track of for yourselves. So we have your certifications are in here. If you have to defer a customer, there's a log for deferring customers. And there's also this setup library change log. So if you just go in here and click on that button. Now, before I get there, if you're wondering how to get access to this, if you don't have it and you would like it, just talk to your coordinator about it. And all they have to do is go up here, click this button that says share. I think, Carrie Lynn, you've shared this workbook with most of your staff, so most of your staff has access to this.
We did, because so they could log their trainings for you guys to see.
Yeah, and I hope that that's the case at most agencies, but you may have, your agency may be structured to where your coordinator has decided to keep that, only shared with a few people. But anyway, along this setup library change log, so I'm going to click on that, and it's just going to this page of this workbook. But so for 6 County, these guys have been using this online version since July 1st of last year. And since July 1st of last year, on that date, you guys started with a new setup library. And the way that it differed from the one before it was the changes say you did fuel costs and extended life for some measures. And the person that made those changes was Seth. And then sometime in December, you guys updated your fridge pricing. And so Seth and Jason must have worked on that together, and they updated that. So what this is saying is from July 1st until December 9th, every audit that was run between those dates would have been using this setup library, which the name of that setup library is July 1. Then on December 10th until December 25th, every audit that was run would have used this setup library. And then from December 26th and until now, you should be using this setup library with this name. Does anybody notice any concerns or issues with what 6 County has on their setup library changelog?
I'm not sure why we have an effective run date of 12/26/20.
Yeah,
because that's when we switched it. Is that right?
Yeah, typically you're going to name, like, as a best practice, I recommend that you name your setup library with the date that you started using it in the name. That's why when I named mine Turner's setup library, I put in today's date at the end of it. And that it looks like that's what you've been doing. Your first library was named July 1 of 2019. Your second was December 10th. The discrepancy that I see is actually that it shows that this was effective until Christmas of this year, which hasn't happened yet.
Right.
And then that you started using a new one on February 2nd. And so yeah, there's some issue there, and it's probably because the formula got deleted. Nope.
I'm wondering if it was supposed to be February 25th of 2020.
Yeah, and that's
when they updated it.
Yeah, based on that naming convention, I would suspect that this effective date here probably would have been 2/26 of 20. So
yeah,
you'll want to verify that, but if we change that, then this has a little bit of logic in it that basically is set to say if you're going to start using this library on the 26th, that means that this library would have expired on the day before that. So if you're running an audit and you're wondering, well, which setup library do I use? You should be looking at your agency's setup library changelog to determine that. And it's based off of the work start date. Does anybody know what the work start date is on a weatherization job? What's that?
The audit.
And so the audit, like
the audit date? Is that what?
Yes.
The start date of a job
that is
the audit?
correct. If I looked at your audit file, where would I find what date would I use based off of the audit?
There's a few different places, but I would say the audit form, the photos, your worst case. If you all did it with the same day, hopefully it would be all the same date.
Yeah, so Osvaldo is correct. It is the work start date is the date that you showed up to the house for the very first time and started running your audit. Now, there are regularly some discrepancies between worst case draft testing dates and the date on your photo form and things like that. But there is one form that's very, very consistent because we can't mess with it, and that's your blower door form. So I always use the date that's on your blower door as your work start date. So be aware of that when you're deciding which setup library to use. And you should be using the setup library that was in effect the day that you ran that blower door. So if you worked for 6 County and you ran a blower door for a house on February 25th, which setup library would you use?
The one that was effective to February 25th.
Yeah, what's the setup library name on that one?
12, 18, 19, or is it 10?
It says
It's really
10.
small.
Yeah, you're correct. That is the one. So this is how we keep track of it. So this agency changed something on February 26th. So every audit that they ran right up until February 25th should have been run using the old setup library. From 26th of February onward, until they make another change, they need to be using this one. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just have a curiosity question.
Yeah.
Is there a percentage the price has to change for you to update it, or is it any change at all in the price of something?
That's a great question. We have never set a standard for that. Other than I think the guidelines say a notable or substantial change or something like that. Let's see. I thought a significant change in a cost factor is all. So you guys have some flexibility there. You may say you did have a significant change in the cost of your insulation this month, but you also know that in a couple of weeks you're going to have a meeting and you're going to update your fuel library costs and a few other things. It's probably okay to wait until then and make them all at once if you want. But at the same time, you can make changes as often as you want, as long as you and every auditor at your agency understand that the change is being made and that they now need to use the newer setup library. And that those new setup libraries they're uniform across all devices, so everybody has access to them. So.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions on this one? It's kind of a lot to process. I still see people really struggling with this setup library concept. And it seems like every year I'll notice, I don't know, I'll bet I find 6 or 7 audits that were run using the wrong setup library. If you run them using the wrong setup library, I will make you change the setup library and rerun it. There is a risk to your program that when you rerun it, if any of the measures you already installed no longer pay back, you could end up having to pay that measure back. If it was just a one-time error, I probably won't make you pay it back. But if it's something that has happened over time and your agency has really done nothing to fix it, then you'll end up paying back some money. So say all that really just to give you some idea of it is serious enough. Make sure that you're trained on it, that you understand what's going on, and also that anybody else in your agency that touches this, that they understand what they're doing, because it could really cause your agency some problems. So, okay. How are we doing on, when's our next break? At 3 something or 3? 3 or 3:15? I don't remember.
3:15.
All right. So this next one says, the Weatherization Assistant Program Setup, still under the same heading, and it's number, what's that, 8? Roman numeral number 8. The minimum acceptable SIR under the setup library key parameters shall be set to 1. So we were there a little while ago. You'll want to make sure that it is set at 1 in your audit. Questions on that? Okay. Roman numeral number 9 says fuel costs. Fuel costs will be provided to the agencies on an annual basis from the results of the fuel survey conducted by HCD. Agencies must adjust their fuel costs by the effective dates each year and must ensure steps are taken to preserve the existing database information so historical audits will not be subject to the new costs. So one of the last things, it had some of that same language on there, that you have to ensure steps are taken to preserve the existing database information. What does that mean? What does that look like at your agency? You may have any ideas. I could call on some people and see if you can venture a guess as well, if that will help. So,
will you ask your question again?
Yeah, so right here it says you're required to do you're required to update your fuel costs. It also says you have to. It says agencies must ensure steps are taken to preserve the existing database information, so historical audits will not be subject to the new costs. So
You need to make a setup library.
what's that?
You need to make another setup library.
Yeah, so if you're
With
going to
the
update your fuel costs, yeah, you're going to make the new one. What do you do with the old one? Just that. That's all it is. You want to make sure you have backup copies of the old one.
Okay.
So you're exactly right. That is why you're making a copy of the new one. Is not just to make a copy of the new one so it won't affect anything else, but your agency is responsible to keep a good copy of the old one. And so worst case scenario, say you do have a little server in your office and you're keeping all of that stuff on that server. Well, what happens if your office burns down and that server is destroyed? Do you have a backup of that information? Would DOE be able to walk into your office and could you show them all of the audits that have been run during the grant period or during the last 3 years, and to justify how you spent their money? So anyway, so you're responsible to do that. What I recommend is if you do have servers on site, you basically should have copies of all of this stuff in 2 separate locations, in 2 physical locations. So make sure you're using something that's in the cloud or something like that to back things up. You'll need to work with your IT department and make sure it meets all of your security requirements and things like that. But if you have any questions about that, I highly recommend you go back to your agency and discuss that. I think most of you guys are doing a pretty good job there, though. But yeah, so you're supposed to update your fuel costs. You're supposed to, keep a copy of the historical stuff. And then, as we discussed earlier, in areas where the local agency has multiple fuel providers and the agency may average like fuels with similar cost or create separate fuel cost libraries. So you could create 1 or 3 or 10 or however many you want, just based on if you have similar costs and you want to simplify things, or if you want to be very, very precise. And then it says this should be reported in the agency's weatherization's operation plan, which is submitted to the state. So the way that you do average your fuel costs is supposed to be documented in your ops plan. So if you're the auditor and you're averaging them, you need to communicate that to your program manager and let them know that, here's my method for doing that, and this method is supposed to be recorded in our ops plan. Questions on that? Okay, the neat one is neat installation types. I don't know if any of you noticed when you were in the neat tool, but up here, I have noticed there's a lag on my screen of probably 15 or 20 seconds. I apologize, guys. But there's a tab here in your setup library that says neat installation types. And what's interesting is there's not one for MIA. This is just neat. If you go to the MIA section of the audit, there's nothing for the MIA. So this was just one of the examples of the 2 different teams creating 2 different audits, and then they married them together. But under your neat installation types, the verbiage that I was just going through basically requires that you have all allowable installation types listed here. When you guys were back in your library measures tab, if you selected an installation type, so I'm going to select attic installation R49, you'll notice that there are 3 different costs for R49 insulation. There was that cellulose, blown-in fiberglass, and fiberglass bats. Well, if you look at that neat insulation types tab, you'll notice that it should have, under attic insulation, it should have those 3 types of insulation. It's got blown cellulose, blown fiberglass and fiberglass bats. Whatever you put in here will be reflected in your costs. If you list out 6 different types of attic insulation, well, in your costs under an R11 and an R19 and an R30 and every single one of those, you'll have to put in a separate cost for each one of them. But if you're ever wondering where that list came from, that list is actually driven by this tab here that says neat insulation types. And the guidance basically says you need to have all of your allowable insulation types need to be listed here, and the R values should reflect the way that you normally install them. So for sill insulation, this library that I'm in says that they have fiberglass bats, they have vinyl fiberglass roll of an R19, they have 2-part foam 1 inch thick, so it has a R value of 5.4, and they also have 2-part foam insulation 2 inches thick, which would be an R11. And so if I went into their setup library under measure costs, they'll have a separate cost for each one of those. As an auditor, you need to be familiar with each of these different insulation methods or types that are listed here, because this is where you have to make decisions. The audit can't decide which insulation type to put in any given situation. You as the auditor are going to be the one that decides, in this attic, I'm going to evaluate based on blown fiberglass. And then the audit will evaluate to see if blown fiberglass is cost effective. It won't check to see if cellulose is cost effective and a fiberglass bat, and then tell you whichever one's cheapest. And we wouldn't want it to, because then our hands would kind of be tied and you'd be putting fiberglass bats in every attic, because it might be the cheapest and that may not be the easiest thing to install. So, but anyway, you'll want to make sure you have something in here for each method. And then the other thing that you've got to be careful so that you're treating every customer equitably is when you select an insulation type, you should be selecting the one that's going to be the most cost effective for the application. So, any questions on this? Also, you can note that these neat insulation types that have the dark black box around them, those are hard-coded in there. Those were defaults, basically. And there's really no way, there's a way to do it, but for the most part, there's no way to change those. If you ever had anything that, like, so for foundation wall, this says rigid foam board. Well, based on the code issues with foam board or foam plastics in homes, we don't use that measure. So you need, as an auditor, you need to be aware that you don't ever want to select that measure, because you can't delete it and you also can't use it. So be aware of some of those things. As an auditor, if this was your setup library and you have the option for 1 inch of 2-part foam or 2 inches of 2-part foam, you'd want to know what application works best, or why does your agency have that separation. Does your crew have some method where they would install 1 inch of the foam and then they would do something else? And when would you select that application over the 2 inches of foam? But you do have some flexibility to set this up to fit your agency, and just be aware that is where you would make those changes. And this is what it says about it. So it says neat insulation types should list only allowable insulation types for each category. Each category should have at least one type listed, so you have at least one way to evaluate for each one of those things. The R values should align with manufacturer's specs for each type of insulation the agency uses. and costs for each installation type listed under the library measures must be economical and must represent the average actual cost. Where there are multiple feasible options for installation, efforts should be made to select the installation type with the highest SIR. So on your end, really, I wouldn't expect you to actually calculate out the highest SIR and, you know, run the audit multiple times. You really just need to use your brain and think about what's going to be the most cost-effective way to insulate this particular area, and then you can just evaluate that one method to see if it's cost-effective. Questions on that? Okay. The user-defined energy conservation measures. This is one that is, I don't know, it's interesting. Basically, when you run the audit, it's going to check everything that you've made active in your setup library. But if a state ever comes up with any other energy conservation measures that aren't already hard-coded into the audit, they're allowed to add those measures. But the problem is that when you run the audit doesn't automatically evaluate to see if those measures pay back or not. So you as an auditor, you now have to remember to add the measure each time you're running that audit if you want the audit to evaluate for that. So let me just read this. So it says user-defined energy conservation measures are established and approved by the HCD and listed in Table 3 below. Approved user-defined energy conservation measures must be created and active in an agency's library of measures. User-defined ECMs have a method for calculating energy savings. Default values are listed in the approved user-defined ECM table below. And then it says, note, there's currently only one approved user-defined energy conservation measure. And to make things clear as mud, our user-defined energy conservation measure is an electronically commuted motor, also abbreviated as ECM. All this is saying is that in your audit, you are required to have a user-defined measure, and for an electronically commutated motor, and these are the settings that you would put in that, unless you have some other more specific settings that you want. I know Utah Community Action has very specific settings based on the equipment they have on their shelf. They did the homework and they wanted to be very accurate on that. And other agencies just use the standard defaults there. But what does that look like? Well, if you'll go into your setup library, there's that tab that we've skipped over. We were working on library measures. We went to neat installation types. Right in between the two of them is the tab that says user-defined measures. And somewhere in those user-defined measures, you are supposed to have one or more that covers electronically commutated motors. So I'm just clicking the drop-down menu here, and it looks like there are a couple of ECMs here. I'm just going to pick one of them. And you'll notice as an ECM, it actually says, the way they've set it up, it says it's active, which is required. When it is evaluated, it would be included in the SIR, in the savings to investment ratio, so it is set up as a energy conservation measure, or an ECM. And then they have selected methods for energy savings. So they're estimating it using kilowatt hours. They estimate 503 kilowatt hours per year, I think, is the way that that's measured. It's saving, the fuel saving is electricity, and the life is 15 years. I'm going to switch back to my slide and we can compare. So the table says you're going to include it in the SIR. The units is kilowatt hours. The default amount is at least 400. Electricity would be the fuel saved, and the measured life is 15 years. And it should be active for site-built and mobile homes. And then there's a note about that. It says either the default amount or a calculated amount can be used. So check in your setup libraries. In fact, if you guys will take a minute, check in your setup libraries and see if you have a user-defined measure for an ECM or an EC motor. And I'm going to run to the restroom. I'm going to hit mute. I'll be back in 1 minute. All right, I'm back. I should have said 1 minute and 20 seconds because I need that 20 seconds to wash my hands, right? Did you guys find an ECM for an EC motor in your setup libraries? Let's see, Kate or Steve, did you guys find one?
Yes, we did. We've got a ECM in our setup library.
Perfect. How about Shad or Osvaldo? You guys find one in there? Or are you still looking?
I'm not sure if you're still talking or not, Matt, but you're muted.
Oh, thank you. Did I read this part before I went mute?
No.
The weather file part? Thanks. I keep hitting that space bar and it mutes me. So weather file says the selection of the NEAT-MEA weather file shall be based on the physical location of the client home. Since there are many variables in these weather files, HCD has selected which files will be used. So we just set the standard at the state level. And local agencies will select the file from the following. So if you work at Bragg, up in, Logan, so Cache, Box Elder, then you're going to always select Pocatello, Idaho as your weather file. But if you're working on a home in Rich County, you'll select Rock Springs, Wyoming. UBAG, you'll always select Rock Springs, Wyoming for everything you do. 5 County, you have to know the elevation. If the elevation is below 4,000, then you should select Yucca Flat, Nevada. If it's above 4,000, you should be selecting Cedar City. In Washington County, and all other areas, you'll always select Cedar City. Southeast has some specifics, and then it says for all other agencies, it's just based off of elevation. So if you're above a certain elevation, you'll select Cedar City. If you're below, then you'll select Salt Lake City. How do you find the elevation of the house you're working on? Let's see. I was going to ask Chris out at UBAG, but he doesn't care because he always gets to select Rock Springs, huh?
That's one of the hardest choices I had to make, Matt.
Yeah, I'll bet. Let's see, Sawyer, you're out of Salt Lake. How do you find your elevation for if you're working out in Tooele or something?
I mean, we typically default to about 4350, but I also have an app on my phone where it just tells you the elevation of anywhere you are. So,
gotcha. Yeah, that's it. You could just simply look at Google and say, if I was in Tooele City, you could just say, what's the elevation of Tooele? And that's sufficient. Like, you don't have to be super, super precise. I realize there's a tipping point between, 4,500 and 4,499. But as long as you're being consistent, I'm good with it. I don't get super nitpicky over a couple of feet here or there. But just be aware of that. That's how you select the weather file for the audit that you're running. Any questions on that? And I muted you all again. There we go. Okay, the next section talks about measure skipping. So we've kind of been talking about some audit settings, and now we've jumped to a different section. So this is B9.3 under your energy audit prioritizations. So the last stuff we were covering in B9 basically just talked about how you're going to run the audit. The audit's going to put things in a certain order. Now we want to talk about measure skipping. So this says measure skipping of cost-justified major measures is not permitted at any time. Measure skipping is defined as follows: not installing, in order of decreasing savings to investment ratio, the cost-justified energy conservation measures, ECMs, and related incidental repair measures, IRMs, included in the work scope produced by the NEAT-MEA audit tool. So basically, if you run the audit and the audit says to install something because it has energy savings, you're required to install it, with a couple of exceptions, which we'll go over. The one there being underlined says major measures. A major measure, this is new. This is something brand new as of a few months ago from DOE that they've gratefully and finally published. Major measure is defined as follows: a high priority measure which, if skipped, would result in partial weatherization of a unit. Major measures are as follows. Air sealing, duct sealing of ducts outside the thermal boundary, attic insulation, wall insulation, and floor or belly insulation. Those are the things that DOE calls major measures. Those are the things you cannot skip. Just that list. Air sealing, duct sealing outside the envelope, attic, wall, floor, belly insulation. Everything else, if the client had a problem with it, you can skip it. You have to document why. You have to try to convince the client first, but you can skip it. Does that make sense? Has anybody struggled with this one before?
But if you skip it, does that mean you can't do any of the other measures underneath that one?
Nope, you could skip it and do all the other measures underneath it. This is brand new.
Still the case with the ASHRAE fans too?
No, these are just when we're talking about energy conservation measures.
Okay.
That's a fantastic question. I'm glad you asked, because yeah, if there's a health and safety measure, that is not going to be triggered by energy conservation. That's going to be triggered by something going on in the house. So yeah, that wouldn't exclude that. Just anything that you run and it has an SIR. I think I've got some examples on the next page or two, but basically measure skipping, we also call it cherry picking in the program. So that's what the picture's there for, to remind you of. They're not allowed to say, no, I don't want you doing a drill and fill on my wall, but I would like to get those new windows. They're not allowed to skip the drill and fill. They have to take the drill and fill because it's really effective. It's a major measure. So no cherry picking. So, and then they kind of go on. DOE used this term, alterations to prioritized measures. So it says, and this part also is pretty much new to the guidelines, alterations to prioritized measures, alteration of the cost justified prioritized recommended measures list must be addressed in the following ways. So if the client said, I absolutely do not want this new window that you want to put in, it's not a major measure, so they could decline the window. They might have an antique window in the front of their house and they don't want it removed. So this is how you would, that may be one example where you would need to adjust your prioritized measures, but this kind of lays out how you would do that, and I think some reasons why. So funding limitations. If all funds available to be spent on the job will not cover the entire work scope, then measures may be removed from the audit, starting with the lowest SIR measure and working up the list from there. The package of measures must remain overall cost-effective, or the job must be deferred. So if you started removing a bunch of measures and then you got to where your cumulative SIR was no longer above a 1, then that's where you'd actually have to defer the whole job. I have yet to see a job where I really have yet to see a job where we had to take off any measures, but if you ever had to take off very many, I don't think you'll get to this point very often, basically. Number 2 says prior to work beginning. So the client education is important to inform a client of planned measures and material use. So if you have clients refusing something, if you had taken the time during the audit to describe that, to show them photos of what that would look like, and to help them understand why it will help them, that kind of stuff can really go a long way. So as auditors, I would encourage you to kind of build that into your repertoire, where you know, if you feel like you're in a house that's going to be a really good candidate for a drill and fill, take some time to explain to the clients why or how that will benefit them, what that will look like, and get a feel for whether or not they're going to have any major opposition to it. So this says client education is important to inform the client of planned measures and material use. Resistance from a client to install any measures and or materials planned as a result of an energy audit directed work order or priority list should be addressed with either additional education and or rerunning the energy audit with different but acceptable material to determine if the suitable material is cost effective. If no cost-effective option for the material can be identified, the auditor should again explain and discuss the situation with the building owner or occupant. If the building owner or occupant still declines the measure, not defined as a major measure, the auditor must include in the client file a comprehensive justification, including background source documents that support the decision to skip this specific measure. All other weatherization measures must be installed. So to the question earlier, if they refuse one measure, you'll continue on. If that was a minor measure that they refused, then you continue on. All other measures must be installed. If the auditor cannot access background source documents that justify the building owner occupant's decision to decline the measure, or the measure is defined as a major measure, then the situation must be fully documented in the client file and the job must be deferred due to client refusal. Sorry, that was a lot of words, but basically, if a client refuses a measure, if it's a minor measure and they have a legitimate reason that you could kind of back up with some source documentation, then put that in the client file and it's okay for you to skip that measure. If it's a major measure, then you will have to defer the entire job if you've identified it prior to starting work. And it would be way easier to defer the whole job. You know, if a good auditor could identify that problem right out of the gate versus having to defer the job while you're in the middle of it and also report it as a partially weatherized unit, which doesn't count for anything. So, number 3, it says inadequate training. A lack of training is not an allowable reason to skip measures. Standard procedures should be to postpone jobs requiring priority measures that cannot be installed due to lack of trained staff until adequate training is acquired. So if your agency does not have if people at your agency don't have the proper training, you can't skip the measure. You have to defer the job until you get the training and then go install the measure. And if you identify something after the job has begun, due to scheduling, measures are sometimes installed with a lower priority first. If during the installation process the client declines a higher priority measure, work must stop at the time the client declined the higher priority measure. No further installation is allowed and the job must be inspected by a QCI and closed out as a completed unit. This should be clearly explained in the client file documentation. It's recommended that agencies include a statement for client signature that states that the client is aware of and accepts all WAP rules, including the specific service and measures determined by an energy audit. So if you find it during the process, and this is what was also interesting about this documentation that came from DOE, it was their program notice 19-5 or 6. Basically, it came out last year. But here in number 4, this was also the first time they acknowledged that you don't always install everything in the order of priority. And they recognized it and said, it's okay, but the moment that somebody declines a higher priority measure, you would stop work and you would turn the job in as a completion. So how are you guys feeling about all that? Does that help with anything you've ever struggled with in the past? Do you understand all of it that we just went through?
I'm a little confused now. I don't know if maybe because I asked, when you talk about skipping measures, you said if a client don't want something, we could skip that. And I asked, so that means we couldn't do anything basically measures below that measure. But now and then you said no, that you can skip a measure. But now, unless I'm hearing it wrong, you just said that if they decline a measure, we can't do anything below that measure. So I don't know if I'm hearing that wrong or what.
Gotcha. So let me see. Let me go back. So DOE gave us this new definition, and they're calling it a major measure. And so, and then where they've given us this term major measure, I'm inserting my own term of a minor measure. DOE says that a major measure is air sealing, duct sealing outside the thermal boundary, attic wall, floor, belly insulation. So basically, any insulation measure and air sealing and duct sealing, right? Those are what they're calling major measures.
Okay, I understand that. I'm just saying the skipping measures, you just said that if a client declines one of the measures, once we get that measure, that we consider the job completed, we can't do any measures below that measure.
Yeah.
So what's the difference with that? And then the client says they want to skip a measure.
Yeah.
They're skipping it, they're declining it.
So right here on number 2, right near the language in bold. So it says if the auditor cannot, basically if it's a minor measure, because if it was a minor measure, it said right up here that the auditor could include a comprehensive justification of why you didn't install that minor measure. So to your question earlier, you were wondering is it okay for the client to refuse a minor measure like a window or a refrigerator? And the answer is yes, it's okay. This paragraph basically says if they do refuse it, you need to educate them on why we want to install it. If they still refuse it, then you just need to put together some documentation explaining why you felt that the client was justified in still not wanting that measure. An example of that would be I was in a home one day and the lady said that she really did not want a new fridge because the fridge she had was a gift from her mother who had passed away. That's all the justification I need. And just document that in the file, and that's sufficient. So since it's a minor measure, I would have just put that, I would have put a note in the comments section on the refrigerator tab that said the client refused a new refrigerator because existing one was a gift from mother who had passed away. And that's
okay.
And then now that may be an oversimplified example, or because DOE seems to be asking for a lot, like they want a comprehensive justification with background source documents. I don't know what that's going to look like in every situation, but that's only in situations where you're dealing with I think the way they put it, they said it's not defined as a major measure. So basically anything that's not a major measure, which here in our conversation I've been calling it a minor measure. So if it's a minor measure, then you can document why, you can come up with some source material or whatever to show why you support the client in not having that measure. And if that's the case, then you can skip over that measure and you can install all of the other cost-effective measures. But if it's a major measure, then down here below it says the last part of this bold, if the measure is defined as a major measure, or the first part of the bold is basically saying if you disagree with the client. If the client's just refusing and they're not making any sense at all, and there's no way that you could back it up with documentation, so those are the two options. So if it's a minor measure, but the client doesn't have a really good justification for not wanting it, or if it's a major measure, then it says you would document the situation in the client file and you would defer the job if you identified all that prior to working. If you identified the situation after the job started, then they have a different approach where you'd basically, it says no further installation would be allowed and the job would be inspected and turned in as a completion. Did that help at all?
Yes, I think I let myself get twisted around on that one.
That's there is a ton of language here. It's probably going to take most of us a couple of reads to digest it all. But that's the language that's in our guidelines now. And there's a few good things in there because there's been a couple of unanswered questions from DOE that really got clarified in that. So Anybody have any other questions or like any clarification on that? All right.
Hey, Matt, I have something.
Yeah, go ahead.
It might be a little off topic, but you might touch on it later, but when you skip something and you're no longer, so say like how you were saying like a window, they have a reason they don't want you to do the window. In your SIR and the MMBTUs that you're saving, that's no longer accurate. Do you do anything with the file to reflect that besides just putting a note saying we didn't do it?
That's a great question. Sometimes you could actually go in and adjust the numbers so that it won't evaluate it. Or sometimes you could select evaluate all. So if you know beforehand, and it's kind of the same scenario, if you know prior to work beginning versus after the job has begun, if you know prior to work beginning and you have the ability to actually adjust the audit a little bit to reflect that, then I would recommend that you do that. In some situations, it's going to be after the job has begun. And you don't want to reshuffle the deck.
Yeah.
So it would be okay for you to make some notes on the work order and explain why, or you could even jump into the audit and say, we ran this, and then during production, the client refused. You can make a note to explain whatever was going on. To your question about how it affects the total MMBTUs saved, if your agency is actually using the client closeout report, there's a way when you get to that report, if you show that $0 were spent on it, then it actually zeroes out the MMBTUs for that measure.
Gotcha.
And it will give you an adjusted, when you're done with that report, it'll give you your adjusted MMBTUs. So we're estimating how many MMBTUs we're going to save, and then at the end of it, if you use the client completion report, which is still optional, then it'll make that adjustment for you. And there is a field on the BWR where you can report those numbers. We just haven't made it a requirement yet. So did that help?
Okay. Yeah, that did.
Cool. Okay, I think this next screen is really just a reiteration of what we've been talking about, but I'll read through it in case it helps clarify or simplify. So just the next bullet down after all that language, it talks about declined minor measures. It says if a client declines a measure that is not a major measure, appropriate client education should be used to attempt to eliminate the client's concern. If after explanation and discussion the client still declines the measure and the auditor deems the reason for declining the measure as legitimate, the auditor should complete all other weatherization measures and include in the audit file a comprehensive explanation of the rationale for skipping the specific measure. If the auditor deems that this is not a legitimate reason for declining the measure, the situation must be fully documented in the audit file. Some examples of legitimate reasons for declining a minor measure could be declining an exterior door replacement to preserve the aesthetics of the home, or declining a refrigerator replacement because the replacement would not have the same features as the current refrigerator. So it's really just the same stuff we've been talking about, just another way to say it. Hopefully some more examples there to clarify it. Yeah.
When you talk about that fridge, last year then they changed it for like, so that wouldn't necessarily work on the fridge replacement, correct?
Correct. Your agency should be providing like for like. And I've considered removing this language because of that, but it still could apply, so I've left it alone. You could go into a home and say, look, this is you have a stainless steel fridge with ice through the door. We could replace it with this stainless steel fridge with ice through the door, and they might go, no, I prefer this one because it has this one little feature or something weird. And anyway, so I figured I'd kind of leave it in there to give us a little bit of flexibility there. So, but yes, to that point, if you are replacing like for like, that should eliminate this problem, or the majority of this problem. So anyway, okay, energy audit prioritizations. This one's another general rule that you've got to follow or should follow. It says evaluate all. When selecting replacement options in the Audit Neat MIA tool, evaluate all should be used wherever possible to allow the audit tool to evaluate for all active measures and to select the one with the highest SIR. If evaluate all is not selected, an allowable justification must be listed in the comments section of the measure. Some of the examples of situations where evaluate all would not be selected are listed below. And it says replacing a furnace as an NAM. So instead of evaluating all, you would select mandatory furnace replacement. Same thing with replacing the AC as an NAM. Basement window does not meet egress, you might select evaluate none in that situation. Or if all the windows are new, they're low E and they're double paned already. In that case though, I think 99% of the time you could still select evaluate all, because it's just going to come back and tell you that the window does not pay back. But I did just recently have an auditor who was working on an audit, and they had put in that the windows were double paned. There's no way to, I don't think there was a way for them to tell the audit that they were low E. And so the audit was telling them, even though the window was double paned, the window should still be replaced. So in that instance, the auditor went in and changed that from evaluate all to evaluate none, and then they made a note in the comments section to explain that. So my question about this section is why is the default to set it at evaluate all? Why do we want to let the audit evaluate all? Let's see. Maybe let's ask Isaac if he's there and able to respond. Why would we
So
want?
they can determine whatever the best SIR is for it, the most cost-efficient measure to replace it with.
Say that again.
So that the computer program can determine the best and most cost-efficient measure to replace it with.
Yeah. So that the computer program can determine. That's the key right there. Anywhere we can let the audit make the decision, we want to let the audit make the decision. Anytime the decision is beyond the capacity of the computer program, then it's okay for us to make the decision as long as we explain why. But by default, let the audit decide first if it can, is the whole principle there. All right. Any questions on that one? Okay, I think we are getting close to the end of this. Let's see. If I think this is the last slide. So we've got this slide, and then I think there's a quiz. So I'll finish this slide up, and then we'll give some time for a quiz and the break. So, and then after the break, we'll move on to, I think, actually entering some stuff into the audit. So this talks about fuel switching. So fuel switching, or also there's another thing that's happened in our program that we really haven't put any language about it in our guidelines, but it's really an equipment switch or an equipment conversion. Kind of falls into the same category here. So, but basically fuel switching or fuel conversions says the general practice of non-renewable fuel switching when replacing appliances is not permitted. However, fuel switching is allowed when changing or converting a furnace appliance using one fuel source to another on a limited case-by-case basis. So it basically says, in general, you shouldn't go and fuel switch every house you go to, but on a case-by-case basis, fuel switching is allowed. And then it says item number 1 says the use of DOE funds is not permitted for fuel switching. And basically, don't ever use DOE's money to do fuel switching. DOE is fuel neutral. They don't ever want a big electric company calling them up and saying, why are you letting this program get rid of all of our electric heaters and replace them with natural gas heaters? So DOE is fuel neutral. They're going to stay away from that. So you're not allowed to use their money to do it. But we have other funding sources. So number 2 says the use of LIHEAP and LIHEAP crisis funds is permitted when there's a demonstrated savings to investment ratio of 1 or greater using attachment 7 fuel conversion calculator. So since DOE is fuel neutral and they don't allow fuel switching, they didn't build their audit to really accommodate fuel switching. So we had to build a separate tool to calculate whether or not there's a savings to investment ratio, and that's our fuel conversion calculator. Can anybody guess where you might find the fuel conversion calculator?
On the resources page.
Correct. On the resources page, under the audit, there's a fuel conversion calculator. It's a Microsoft Excel workbook. Just click on it and download it. We're not going to get into it today. You'll find yourself at some point in the future needing it. It's somewhat self-explanatory, but the first time you get into it, you're welcome to reach out to me. I'll be happy to help you with it. But yeah, so if you can show a savings to investment ratio of 1 or greater using that fuel conversion calculator, then you can go ahead and use LIHEAP or LIHEAP crisis money. Number 3 says that the SIR for conversion from electric, fuel oil, propane, and coal, all of those things, to natural gas shall be calculated using that fuel conversion calculator. All other fuel conversions on all equipment conversions shall be reviewed and approved by the state WAP office. So basically, if you open up the fuel conversion calculator and your situation just does not quite fit that calculator, you're welcome to calculate it in any way you want and send it to us. We'll review it, and if it makes sense, if it passes the makes sense test, then we'll approve it. Does anybody know how you would submit that to us? We have a really cool tool called called your WAP. Gosh, it slipped my mind. Your WAP thinger. WAP reports, that's what it is. Yeah, on your WAP reports, there's a tab there where you can submit case-by-case things. So if you had a fuel conversion situation, you can submit that to us, and there's just a form you fill out, and it kind of helps gather all the information we would need. But yeah, so right here in the middle of the screen, if you needed a state approval request, you would click those buttons and you could submit an approval to us for that. So number 3, landlords will not be required to cost share on rentals. This is kind of an old piece of language that really no longer applies. Landlords are not required to do any cost sharing at all on anything. So also, though, buy downs are not allowed. So if a landlord had, if he was saying, hey, I got this building, there's 10 apartments in it, they all have these old propane heaters in them, I'd really like to switch to natural gas. You run the numbers and you just don't quite come up with an SIR of 1. Well, if the landlord comes and says, oh, we're that close, well, what if I cover the cost of bringing the natural gas to the building? Well, and then you could recalculate it without it. This is saying buy downs are not allowed. You have to, based on the current status of the building, you need to include everything that it would require to get the building up to where you could do the fuel conversion. And that all needs to be included in your SIR calculation. So number 5, energy savings of all energy conservation measures shall be calculated based on post-weatherization, post-fuel conversion, heating and cooling source. So this one is a very important principle for the program as a whole. Whenever you're running an audit, your heating and cooling tabs need to represent whatever's going to be in the home post-weatherization. And if you're just running a normal audit, you're just weatherizing the house, this never becomes an issue. When it becomes an issue is when you decide that, oh, we're also going to use the crisis program to replace the furnace. Well, if you know before you've started the work that you're going to use the crisis program to replace the furnace, then your audit needs to reflect that. Your audit needs to show that your post-weatherization heating system was the heating system that you evaluated to determine whether or not the attic insulation and the windows and everything else were cost effective. Because if you leave that old 60% efficient furnace in the audit, you run the audit, well, the audit's going to tell you to replace all the windows, insulate the attic, replace everything, but then somewhere during the process you also put in a 90% efficient furnace. Well, that just killed your payback on everything, and you really shouldn't have wasted the money on it. So that's a principle we'll talk about a couple more times during the training. But be aware of that. It's mentioned here. It's mentioned in a couple more places in the audit. But so number 5 kind of states that. It says, your energy savings should be calculated based on your post-weatherization and post-fuel conversion heating and cooling source. When you're doing a fuel conversion on a dwelling, the heating and cooling tabs of the NEAT MIA audit should list the new heating and cooling systems as the replacement systems in order to allow the audit to accurately calculate the SIR of all ECMs affected by the heating and cooling loads. Since the NEAT MIA audit is not designed to evaluate for some equipment and fuel conversions, auditors may have to select the new equipment or fuel source on the heating tab and use false inputs for the existing equipment as a workaround. Whenever this is done, an explanation must be included in the comments section of the appropriate heating, cooling, or water heater tab. Can anybody give us an example of number 5 and what that might look like when you're putting it in the audit? Or can anybody summarize what number 5 is saying?
Yeah, Matt, I've had to do that at least once or twice where we've had to go in and take out an electric furnace and put in a gas furnace, and then in the audit I had to kind of make it up, as it were, as far as the inputs on the audit, entering it as a gas furnace and what the inputs of the furnace we know we're putting in would be for the audit.
Yeah, so if the old furnace is an electric furnace, one of the problems with the audit is when you're on the heating tab, it asks you for what fuel type it is. And on the left-hand side, you're going to put in the details of the existing furnace. And on the right-hand side, you're going to put in your replacement furnace. But the problem is if I select electricity, then the replacement system options are limited to only electric heating options. But if you know that when you're done, it's going to have a new natural gas furnace in there, instead of selecting electricity, you're probably going to have to select natural gas. You basically have to make up the stuff to put in on the left-hand side of the audit so that when you get over to the right-hand side, you can say that you're doing a mandatory replacement of a natural gas furnace. And then down here in the comments section, you would just say the stuff on the left was made up, the house had an electric furnace at the audit or whatever. So does that make sense? Kind of a lot of language to explain all that, but that's what number 5 is saying, and really just documenting so that you guys know it's okay to do that. Number 6, this one's kind of an important one, and I think it gets overlooked from time to time. Number 6 says the water heater may be considered for fuel conversion when converting the primary heating source. And it says structural issues, code issues, and financial impact should be considered when making this decision, as it might not be the right option in some homes. An example of this was I went into a home recently, and the agency had done a fuel conversion. They actually paid to bring natural gas to the home, and they were able to replace the furnace. But then the home still had an electric water heater, and it was a mobile home, and the water heater was in a water heater closet. And you know where, if you've been in many mobile homes, the water heater closets are usually near the exterior walls, and you'd basically have a pretty straight shot to go up through the ceiling and out through the roof if you needed to install a mobile home approved water heater. But and the electric water heater that was in the closet, it was in good shape. It looked pretty new. It had a sticker right on the front of it that said that the annual heating cost of that electric water heater was about $540 a year. And as I saw that, I just asked myself, why didn't the agency look at replacing that electric water heater when they replaced the furnace? Because they were the ones that brought the natural gas to the house. And to calculate the energy savings on that, it was pretty simple. I just looked up a similar sized natural gas water heater that was mobile home approved, and the energy guide right on that one said that it would cost about $240 a year. So if the electric one was $540 and the gas one was $240, that would give me a savings of $300 a year. And based on our setup library settings, I don't remember what our measure life is on. Oh, we don't have a measure life. Maybe we do. For water heaters would be I want to say DOE listed them as 13 years was DOE's number. So basically I'd take $300 in savings every year times 13, and that's going to give me about what, $3,900 in savings. So if they already had an SIR replacing the furnace, it's likely that they could have replaced that water heater for less than $3,900. And if they could have, then they should have also replaced that and included that as part of their fuel conversion. The fuel conversion calculator does not currently account for that. It's something you'll have to remember and kind of watch for. So just keep an eye out for it, because it is an opportunity. And I think the thing that's important to think about there is, if you had replaced that water heater on that mobile home, then what was the impact to the client? Like you could, even though it cost your agency $3,000 to swap out the water heater and a bunch of work, you literally just saved that client $300 a year by taking the time to install that measure. So watch for those opportunities, especially these weird ones that they fall outside of what the audit normally does and normally catches, but there's a lot of opportunities where we can, because of our other funding sources, we can really help our clients out in a big way that we normally wouldn't just by running a run-of-the-mill audit. So questions on fuel conversions?
Yeah, you mentioned that they had to run the gas line to get rid of the electric furnace, I think you said, on that mobile home.
Yeah.
So we're running the lines, bringing gas to that source, that's a one-time cost. How does that figure in the audit, where Does that still goes over into the full cost for the 13 years, or did they got that figured in where that's a one-time cost?
So, great question. Let me go back to number 6. Number 6 says the water heater may be considered for fuel conversion when you're converting the primary heating source. So if you're not converting the primary heating source, you probably wouldn't run the natural gas just for the water heater. It's usually going to be that combination of the two. And so the first step in that process was that the agency identified, hey, there might be some an SIR of 1 if we actually replace the furnace. But in order to replace the furnace, we have to figure out what it costs to replace the furnace. So let's say it costs $4,000 to replace the furnace. Well, this house doesn't have natural gas, but it's nearby. Now we have to figure out what that costs. Let's call the gas company. Gas company said it's going to be $1,200 to get the gas line from the street to the house. So now we take the $4,000 for the furnace plus the $1,200. And we do that when we're calculating the SIR of the furnace. So we say, okay, we're looking at $5,200 to replace the furnace and install a gas line. How much energy are we going to save based on, this old propane heater that's in here versus the new one, or this old electric heater versus the new gas one? So you're breaking the cost of the gas line. Usually you're going to break it out over the life of the measure, which would be the furnace. But then you can also, this is basically saying you can also factor in that water heater. And there may be some situations, and this one gets a little more complex, and it's not going to be completely covered by that fuel conversion calculator. But if somebody ever sent me some documentation saying, hey, Matt, I did the fuel conversion calculator and I got a 0.9, we'd have to bring in a gas line and swap out the furnace. But I also noticed that there was a water heater. We estimate the cost of swapping out the water heater at, $2,500. We estimate the savings to be $3,500. And if I add them all together, now I have this cumulative cost of 1.1. Would it be okay to do that? And I'll approve that all day long. So probably more than you wanted there. Did that help answer your question?
Yes, actually, it wasn't more. It was just about right. Yeah.
Okay.
So basically, if you're going to change the heating source and to just run a little extra line to get the water heater changed, you can kind of help out with the cost of running the line, that one-time cost between the two appliances.
Gotcha. And so were you specifically asking, like, you'd covered the cost to get the line from the street to the house and to the furnace, but you were wondering where you would put the cost of running that line over to the water heater now? Were you?
Well, right, because then they just have to do a T and branch off from the main line to the water heater.
Yeah.
And so that's what I was looking at, where get the line ran's a one-time cost. So even if it didn't get you the one, that it did get the 0.9, like you said, the next time it comes around, if the life expectancy's over, you change it out, you're going to get more savings because you don't got to run that line next time.
I gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, and you can really, really at the end of the day, if you put it all in one big pile and you ended up putting all of the gas line toward the furnace, I'm probably not going to get too hung up on that as long as you're showing that, hey, we're going to have a decent energy savings. But yeah, the right thing to do would be, if I now I'm going to add a water heater to the equation, the water heater should include the additional cost to run the gas line from, wherever it was over to the water heater plus the water heater. Yes. So, all right, that is the end of these slides. There's a quiz, and it's time for a break. We're past due for a break, I think. So in your Google Classroom, under the Audit Tools Setup and General Info, I'll slide this onto the screen. So take the Audit Intro and General Setup quiz. So it's 3:24 right now. basically, if you'll take the quiz and take a break, and let's come back in 20 minutes, so at 3:45. Will that work for everybody? I hope so.
Sounds good.
All right. I'll go ahead and mute till 3:45 then.